I just need to grab a cup of coffee real quick, and then I'll be back. And we've got the stream up and running in just a moment also. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, folks. Welcome back to the stream. Slitty here, and we're about to start some Pathfinder. We got some of my good friends from Wasteland Weekend on as well, and they're just going over some of the builds and stuff that we're doing. I'm finishing up editing the layout for this nonsense, so I can actually see what it is that I'm doing. But yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit of Pathfinder tonight. Thanks for tuning in. And feel free to send us some info in the chat if there's certain things you want to see, if there's certain things you want us to do, or you want the greatest of dentists snags me to do. Definitely tell me. But yeah, here we go. Let's move everything around. This is just like me freaking out, sliding stuff everywhere. All right. Let's get all this stuff fixed. There we go. That's better. That's slightly better. I mean, I like levels. That'd be nice. I want to be a high level.
More levels, I tell you. More, yes.
All of the levels, please.
Mm-hmm.
Please, sir, can I have more
So,
levels?
mm-hmm. Fantastic. So cool. All right. So we will add those that in for the idea. I was thinking about doing that, but wanted to touch base and see if that is where
Super
your
duper
character.
game.
Fantastic. So let's see here. How's everybody's holiday, by the way? We haven't talked since before Christmas.
It was pretty good. Just work's been crazy
Fantastic.
busy.
Cool story, bro.
But yeah,
No.
no, fucking seeing
Oh, sorry.
everybody was great.
Yeah.
Emperor was asking
I'm
me a
being a butt.
question, so I didn't hear you.
No, you're perfectly fine. I was just being a butt. I was just asking how everybody's holiday was, since you're currently waiting for the rest of our team.
I had a fantastic time. This is always my favorite time for cooking for the year. So I get to make a lot of very sweet things. Ember found this cheese, and it was called Vampire Slayer Garlic Cheddar.
Ooh.
And while she was in the process of grating it, it was like, oh, this might be too much garlic. And we don't say that.
Really? Yeah. That is impressive.
But yeah, so we ended up shredding the cheese on top of shepherd's pie, baking it, and it turned out perfect. It was luckily not too much garlic.
Gotcha. Very cool. Yeah, I'm one of those type of people where it's there's no such thing as too much garlic for me either. So, I'm very intrigued by this. So, if you have a link for it, Vampire Slayer cheese, huh?
Yes, Vampire Slayer garlic cheddar. I don't know if there's a link for it. We just saw it at our local Fry's.
Oh, hey, can you guys hear me, by the way?
Very,
very lightly. You're pretty quiet.
All right, yeah, I'm on my Bluetooth headphones. I was just
Got
talking
it.
and realized I said the voice activity. I was in here talking to my wife. I was like, oh, wait, they can hear me.
Let's see here. So I'm looking at their other things from the same company, the Vampire Slayer. Everything else is kind of just cheese.
Yeah, it was
Horseradish
just a
cheddar.
random cheese that I found at Fry's. They have a little gourmet cheese area in the upgraded Fry's here, and I was just digging through, and there it was, and I had to have it.
Add to cart.
It's a fairly mild cheddar. It's just a fuck ton of garlic.
Oh, and then there's this Super Slayer.
What?
Here, 1 sec. 3 pepper garlic, so it's a pepper version of it as well.
They had a peppercorn one that I almost got. I kind of might go back and get that at some point.
I'm definitely saving that for later. Fantastic. So, alrighty. But I'm very glad that you've been enjoying the cooking in the holiday season and got that delicious sounding cheddar. It sounds like. Yeah, go ahead.
But I also make glühwein. We make a lot of spiced ciders. There's a lot of cookies and bread stuff that we typically make around Christmas.
Now, are they hard ciders or just standard cider?
It's standard cider with the option to be hard.
Oh, interesting. So how do you do the option to just adding alcohol to it afterwards, or do you actually ferment it?
Yeah, it's just you want to add a shot of rum to the hard cider or to the spicy cider, you're welcome to. Now the glue vine, that is like there's no way for it to not be alcoholic.
Mm-hmm. So what is glue vine?
Glue vine, to put it plainly, is German sangria. It
Oh, got it.
is so it's a red wine. I typically use like a Burgundy, something that's very
Mhm.
fruity, and then you add oranges, apples, full sticks of cinnamon, full cloves of clove, um, and like 2 cups worth of rum.
That sounds fantastic.
And then you heat it up, not to boiling.
Mhm.
And
So it's kind of like a mulled wine.
yeah, very much a mulled wine.
Gotcha. Yeah, I love doing those type of things as well. I did something very similar for several years here. I would go and buy those giant sangria bottles, the really big ones, and I would do something very similar. But I would, how I went about it, I would just take uh, chai tea, and I would um, basically brew an entire box worth of chai tea using the red wine as the base instead of water. And then afterwards added a bunch of sugar and some brandy to it as well.
That
Really
sounds
simple format.
delicious, but
Yeah,
I'm
that
sure that
sounds
would
good.
also clean me out.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, just a
it's
bunch of caffeine,
mhm.
a bunch of booze, sugar.
Yep.
Yeah.
it 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 definitely hits. So slaps almost as hard as twisted tea.
Jesus Christ, well done. Nice. Bravo.
How about you, Byron? How was your holiday season? He might not be available currently. So how about you, Slitlid? How was yours?
That was good. Went up and saw Sarah's family, which she was super nervous
Mm.
about, but went pretty well. And then got to see some of the Arizona crew, which was great.
Oh, very cool.
It's fun. And then I've just been working
Mhm.
nonstop. That's about it. It's kind of
Mhm.
tiring.
I could only imagine. And I mean, have you been keeping safe, being able to keep safe while working, or?
I mean, as much as you can. We've got so many COVID cases right now, and then on top of that, there's so many the hospitals are taking so long to get into. It's a thing.
Right.
It's difficult, but that's just the job.
Yeah. Yeah, I have somebody who was part of kind of the community that I first started with out here in Vegas, who got very, 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 very sick from it, to the point where they had to, knock her unconscious. They put her into they sedated her and had to hook her up to the entire breathing machine, rolling her over the entire 9 yards, and she now had to get, what is it, a tracheotomy? What is it when?
Tracheotomy.
Yeah,
Did
when
they
they
put a
put a
tube
hole
down her throat, or did they put a hole in her throat?
put a hole in her throat.
Yeah, they give her a stoma. That sucks, man. Oof.
Yeah, she's currently, because what happened? They were getting ready to bring her back, and they did I think it's a CAT scan. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% up to date, but they could tell that there was lack of oxygen to her frontal cortex, her frontal lobe. So while she was under, so her personality could be
Sucks.
completely different, and they had to transport her via helicopter up to Utah because all the beds were filled down here in Vegas.
Oh, that sucks, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
So, and I have, it's sad because, a lot of the people in that community were kind of along the anti-vax side, on the hippie side of the anti-vax side, which I never agreed with. It burned my soul hearing that. And then they just wanted to, you know, oh, well, here we're sending light and love, and, she'll be healthy and happy and all these things. And guess what? That shit doesn't work. Wear a mask.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the
So,
problem.
yeah. So, uh, nothing like bringing the mood of the energy down. Yeah.
Right. Woot woot.
Well, it's one of the things, especially here in Arizona. We are what's known as a stand your ground state, meaning that as a gun owner, if I feel threatened, if
Mhm.
I feel that my life is in danger and I'm being followed into a dark alley, I can legally kill somebody,
Mhm.
whether they have a gun on them or not.
Yep.
In a lot of states, it's, you can only respond like with like. And if I'm trying to get
Yeah.
stabbed, I can only stab that person back. I can't shoot them.
Yep.
But if I feel threatened in any way, shape, or form, whether the person has a weapon on them or not, I can shoot them and
Mhm.
claim stand your ground. So that's one of the laws that we have in place for gun owners, among the hundreds of others. I could practically walk into a preschool with a loaded AR-15 and be like, "Hey kids, it's show and tell," and nobody would bat an eye. The reasoning that I hear from a lot of people of, why do you have a gun? To protect myself, to protect my family, and protect my community.
Mhm.
Cool. Can you apply those same principles to just a fucking piece of cloth over your face?
Mhm.
And then people start freaking out.
Yep. Oh well, I'm being
You can't
forced
take
to
away
do it.
my rights.
Yeah.
Your rights end where obligation begins.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a real messy kind of backward situation we have there, and it's weird. It's weird because they can, they do it on. It's a weird, like, oh well, if it doesn't happen directly to me, it doesn't exist, sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's one of
Or
those
bet a
things
lot of
that a
people.
lot of these areas where you have low population density that tend to be more conservative, they are affected significantly less than high metropolitan areas. And the trend has
That's
always
true.
been the more people you have living in a small space, it
Mm-hmm.
becomes more necessary for those groups of people to be more democratic. And I think specifically because you have a bigger system that has to work together, there's less self-sufficiency. And when there's less
Yeah.
self-sufficiency, and I don't mean that in a good or bad way. I mean, when you have that many people living together or in a small area, there has to be less self-sufficiency, which normally tends to lead more democratic. In places that are
Yeah.
specifically rural, they tend to be more Republican because they have to be more self-reliant. So self-agency seems more important, and then threatening that in any way, especially if it's just perceived when they're not actually being threatened, tends
Yeah.
to result in more of the whole like Republican or conservative views. At least that's like when I
Well,
look at the difference between like Wyoming compared to California, or even like Wyoming compared to parts of Colorado or parts of Oregon, even the more like less populated areas. That's something that
Gotcha.
seems to happen a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
well, also it's a big leadership is a big problem to empower that. Our governor is fucking useless.
It's gotten so bad where he doesn't even do press conferences anymore. He just has these pre-recorded videos that he displays, because then he doesn't have to answer questions from the press.
Oh, and the
Oof.
press goes after him too. I love watching it. I love it to death.
Yeah. We had the one governor who wanted to have Las Vegas be a what was it, a guinea pig early on. So I hear you there. I haven't heard much from any of our leadership over here in Vegas recently. other than shutting down like the theaters and stuff like that. Because David's show was live for about 1 week, which is when I was when I wrote this part of the story arc actually, because I suddenly had a whole bunch of time at the warehouse from midnight till 8 a.m.
Well, there you go.
I,
Shit.
I kind of miss it actually, because
I bet.
I was able. I was on fireworks. So I'm like, 8 hours. I'm going to spend 8 hours writing here. Perfect.
So exciting. Yes.
So, cool. Have we heard from Tilly?
Tilly
Yet?
just said that she's like at home. She's getting on right now.
Fantastic. I don't want her to feel rushed. I just wanted to touch base and see, how her ETA was turning out to be. And what are people's availability for tonight as well? That's another good question.
I can go as long as you guys want to.
Same. I'm off work for the next 2 days.
All right. Bryce, how are things with you?
Is that me you're talking to?
Yeah,
Things are good. Sorry, I'm just trying to set my computer up. It's
Of course.
here, but yeah, things are good. Had a good holiday, good Christmas. Looking forward to getting back to this.
fantastic. How late are you available for tonight?
I'm guessing until tonight turns into tomorrow morning.
Fantastic. All right. So, last person we'll check on is Tilly. I have work tomorrow, but there's nobody there, so I can, schlep it tomorrow a little bit.
You can be a zombie.
Mm-hmm. A zombie. Mm-hmm. So, actually, Slitlid, you talking about having us be on a podcast made me start listening to Critical Role.
Oh, hell yeah. There you go. There you
Oh,
fucking go. Yeah, perfect.
5,000 hours of listening is ahead of you, my dear. I need to get
I
started
know.
on it.
I started with season 2 because
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a crazy bitch who's going to start with season 1 because I'm crazy. Crazy.
That's because you guys
Yeah.
both obviously hate yourselves. Jesus Christ.
It works actually really well for me because I normally listen to audiobooks while I'm working, and as I was talking with Ember, I'm currently in the depths of Wheel of Time series. I'm on, I think it's book 6 or book 8, one of them where it starts getting real slow. And so I needed to take a break because I powered through all of them up until there, one after another after an hour. And the critical... Oh, go ahead.
I'm just warning you, the next 3 books, yeah. And then it gets a lot better. But, yeah. Book 11 really hurt.
Yeah. So I'm taking a little breather in Critical Role episodes. I mean, if you cut out the commercial and kind of the intro and outro, are about 2 hours, give or take, 2.5 hours. So I can pop through 2 of them, 3 of them in a workday because nobody bothers me. So I can just listen to them while I'm organizing the library, making sure everything, works out well. And I'm like, oh, I see. I'm just paying attention to GM tricks and storytelling, and I'm like, oh, interesting, because I've ran more often than I've played probably at this point. So being able to see other people's, GMing styles and some of the ways that they create interesting things, and just getting a chance to see some of the miniatures he pulls out, and how exciting that is.
No, that's pretty cool. I could definitely see that.
Still keeping up with the Adventure Zone.
The Adventure Zone? Is that another one?
Yeah. That one that's where Taz is, that's where kind of Taz is why it's funny, is because the Adventure Zone, that's the McElroy brothers. Their balance arc is pretty fun. Their stuff's pretty loose. The side story ones are good. I like Damage. The current arc is a little rough.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I would check out for the first arc they've got at least. It is phenomenal. Definitely a must check out in my book.
Balance is
Gotcha.
really good. Balance is fun and delightful, and it is the reason why Tilly gave me a very amazing shirt for Christmas, which says "Tacos good out here."
Gotcha. I'm certain I will need to watch the Adventure Zone to be able to make sense of that.
Yeah, it's well, and their stuff's a little shorter. I think I plowed through it pretty fast. They try and keep their episodes only around an hour, sometimes
Gotcha.
an hour and a half. The finale is a lot longer, but like it's fun because it goes from super goofy to like suddenly they sort of stumble into something really amazing. And they have four. They've converted the first four arcs into graphic novels, and they've got how
Mm,
many do I have? I've got the first four or three out, and the fourth one comes out in July.
Gotcha. That sounds. See, I feel like my story arc wouldn't be able to get away with being turned into a graphic novel because there's just enough pokes at like standing copyrighted material. that-
You just
There you
change some
go.
names; it'll be fine.
It'll be great.
it's-
Don't stress.
but Tom, I mean, Tom,
Fucking
Fucking
Tom.
fucking Tom. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take care of one thing real quick, and hopefully, when I get back, we'll be able to start right pretty quickly. So I will be back in mere moments.
I'm basically just fiddling around with the layout for the stream while we're waiting because I can't figure out how I want to look. There's so many things.
Oh, Blake, ask
Yeah.
Ember about her dreams after New Year's.
Hey
Oh
Ember, how are
my
your dreams
god.
after New Year's?
Okay, so first, we went out at New Year's and smoked a big fat blunt that I got from Colorado,
Okay, as you do.
like you do. And so I came in and we were playing and I tried to still go in the freaking building, which we all know, even with weed, I still can't go in the fucking building. Maybe I'll try again later. I don't know. I need to try it without the headphones because I think that was part of the problem. 'Cause these are very immersive and it was like fuck, 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 fuck.
Oh, for
I
Phasmophobia?
dreamed about. Oh yeah, I
Okay.
dreamed the game all night long. I was
Oh,
basically in the
fuck.
game, but like it wasn't creepy because I was in the van still, kind of like keeping an eye on things.
Okay.
And then it had World of Warcraft moments working there too, where we had like some orcs and things that we were hunting. But yeah, I basically dreamed that all night long, very vividly, very crazy.
That's awesome. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Hey, I need
What?
to do some mic testing real quick. Can you guys hear me? Is this all like super garbled and shitty sounding?
A little gargly, yes.
All right,
A
I'm gonna
little,
switch to a
not
few different mics. You guys can tell me which is best.
cool.
But yeah, I was fine pretty much the entire night, except for like there was one or two times where it was like, oh yeah, we know the ghost is in that room. I'm just gonna open the door real quick so I can toss in like a smudge stick or set up the camera and it's walking through the fucking door. God
Right?
damn it.
It's fucking intense, dude. Shit's goddamn intense.
All right, hey, mic test number 2. Does this sound better?
And
It's really quiet.
Yeah, it's better for clarity, but you sound like you're far away.
All right, I got one more I can check.
Here, let me just up your volume real quick. Byron, can you say something real fast?
Something real fast.
There we go.
I'll test one more here.
But yeah, I think the only reason why I was as brave as I was, it was because I had music playing in my headphones while I was hunting ghosts.
Oh, dude, the music definitely helps. That's... yeah. Yeah. I've had to play like once or twice that way too, and that is definitely a thing that works very well.
All right, last one. Is this mic any better than the other two, or which
Yes.
one's better?
Yeah,
This
it's
is
better.
All right, I'll use this one then. Thank you. By the way, I was telling a bunch of people about that fucking game over the holiday, and like, I got several people who were like, "Man, that sounds like a badass game. I want to play that shit." I'm like, it is.
It's fucking
Well,
rad.
It's intense. Oh, you weren't there. So we were playing it on New Year's Eve. And this is what happens because these are my shiny new headphones. If anybody looks at the video, they're wonderful and very immersive. I also have anxiety issues. So I'm fine. I find we get inside the house and the whole like kind of like noise background that happens in there. And I start to go into kind of a room and I just literally pull up the headphones, go, nope, 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 go to the van. And I lived in the van. My job was to be in the van and look for ghost orbs and watch people's backs. I stayed in the van because fuck it.
Yeah, it was pretty
I
good.
want- I need to play that game with you guys again. Like, how many can you have in a party? 4, or can you have more?
You
than
can only
that?
have 4 in a party. That's it.
All right, that's what I thought. I saw you guys playing the other night. I was like, oh fuck, I think they're like maxed out. So I just kind of watched for a bit, but
I mean,
man,
I hung out in the van, so I'm not really useful because I'm in the van.
you still having fun though, right? I mean, that's the important
However,
part.
she also never died.
The actually
Nope.
like
That's true.
having someone in the
That
van
was-
is super helpful. Like that is a strategy. It's a very good strategy because having someone that can actually see everything that's going on helps a ton. Because like if you look at the map and then you also look at some of the other stuff that's going on, it kind of lets us know where we need to go, what we need to look for, all that kind of stuff. So
Well, especially when we were in like the school, the asylum, the prison, where it's just like, I don't know where the fuck anything is.
Just way too big.
Yeah.
I will say, my favorite moment of when we played that game that one time was the time we got lost in mental assignment and we had our asylum and had to use like the localized audio and flashlights to try to like echolocate each other.
that was pretty good.
Haha.
See, if
Ooh.
you had someone in the van, they could be helpful so that you don't get lost. But, you know, they won't let us have 5 people in the party, which I think is bullshit.
That would be cool if they
The shittiest of
expanded
bowls.
it.
Also, Byron, your microphone is a little garbly.
I just went over this. This is the best I've got.
Okay.
Yeah, this,
It's the best of all 3 of them, actually.
I need to get a USB adapter so I can run my mic through like this USB sound card that seems to fix that issue or make it better. I don't know. This used to not happen, but like 3 game sessions ago, my regular mic started sounding super shitty. So this is what we have. Also, I got a new camera, which is cool and all, but it's like the most bluish, fucking washed out, like ridiculous. I like to play with my lights on, so like I look like a ghost.
So spooky.
Ooh,
That's what playing Phasmophobia did to me.
Yeah,
Turn him
this is
into a
it.
ghost.
There you go.
I like it.
You're a ghost.
Phasmophobia, not even. Okay.
I just realized I hadn't even logged into Roll20, so doing that now.
Gotcha. I'm probably not going to use video just because it drains my battery life. I'm
Oh, it's all good.
last thing I want.
It's
So-
all set.
Hmm. Fantastic. Sorry, I'm just responding to late work email here as well. Got it. Huh. All right. So, what we'll do this and then jump us back. So we
If
can
you
get-
look behind me in my lovely video stream, you will see Oz wearing the fantastic robe that I made him.
Ooh, I'm
That is
jumping
a
on just
pretty
so I can
dope
see it.
robe.
Nice.
Dope ass robe right there. And
There
match
are
What's
with
the,
pajamas.
Oh, okay, I see the fabric now. That's awesome.
Mhm.
I'm a big robe fan.
I was supposed to make it in August, so you know.
Happy late August present. Yay. Final question. Tilly, do you have a stopping time that you need to have in particular?
I do probably need to be up at like 8:30 in the morning, so I don't know.
We're just kind of running through everybody's schedule for tomorrow to see how late we can play.
Probably like, as long as we're done before midnight.
Okay, before midnight. That seems to be the general consensus.
2 minutes to midnight.
2 minutes to midnight. So, before we get started, let's play a little game called "What Do We Remember?" And this time we will start at the beginning. Ember, what is one thing that you remember from last session, the last 2 sessions?
I have minions.
You have minions. That's right. You have kind of your second story boys that you ended up giving them fantastic daggers. They are masterwork silver, alchemical silver dagger, each one of them with a different colored, a different gemstone in the hilt of it. Probably worth more money than these urchins have ever seen in their lives. And you've kind of taken them under your wing as your second story boys. And they now very solidly work for you, and you're building that relationship.
Also, fucking
yeah.
Tom. I actually
Oh.
took notes. I have notes. So,
Ooh.
and I've written down fucking Tom 15. I don't remember what the 15 means, but I just remember fucking Tom.
Got it. I don't know what 15... Oh, 15 is his base of operations on the map. So if you look at the different locations, number 15 is the Thomas's estate, which is the largest estate that the Nook family currently runs. So that's down there on number 15 on the map. That is what the 15 represents.
We are already solving mysteries. We're on a roll, guys. It's going to be good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's no way any of us will go wrong. We're fine.
Yeah.
We're perfect.
We're fine. It's fine. It's fine. How are you? Snakeshme, what's one thing that you remember from last session?
Well, I was being followed by somebody, or I pretended like I was a halfling child and was as charismatic as Snagsme is capable of being. And then had somebody follow me into the alleyway to try to mug me, because he's a mugger. And a dog fell on top of him, threatened to wear his skin, and basically coerced him into showing up somewhere if he wanted to actually survive. So that's about it. And spent way less money on coercing someone than I think I have this entire game.
Yeah, so you were all the way up to the slums up in 17, which is the location where the party is planning to meet up with Lord Gaylord's people, who he has a object or a shipment that he wishes to be smuggled basically inside of the city and brought to his warehouse. And so you did a little pre-reconnaissance, and you have these services of some poor underworld, basically, pickpocket from the area, who is going to show you around the area in exchange basically for his life, as you threatened him. Tilly, do you have anything that you remember from last session?
I was not here last session. I believe that I worked with my mom and it was terrible, but I got money.
You did work with your mom. I believe you had a little bit of a conversation with your brother, if I recall correctly. We had a little bit of that happen.
That was the game prior, but yes.
Yeah, the game prior. Well, we'll be using probably both those games, since the last session not much changed. So yeah, you're fine. Got it. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I touched that. My apologies. Sorry, I'm just looking for something in the real world right now as well. So anything that you particularly remember from the session before, either?
My lovely parents want me to take over the family business, but I don't wanna. And my brother came and offered that maybe he could do that, and then I could go do the fun stuff.
Fantastic.
But we'll see.
Yeah, so there's possibly an exchange that can happen there where he will take over running the family's affairs of the train, giving you the freedom to go forward with your adventuring party off into the with the dwarven airships is what he was particularly trying to push for. So you have that option to go and talk to the dwarves over at the airship to find out all that information. Oz, how about you? Anything that you remember from the last 2 sessions?
I'm trying to unite two families and prevent civil war in the town of Ruby. I recently had talked to Gaston at the Unblinking Eye, who was in costume as an old man,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I think that's all I can remember for now. Like I'm supposed to like come back and visit him in the morning.
Yeah, be able to come back and be able to continue to, be liaison between the 2 young lords from houses, both lacking dignity, as you jokingly said earlier on. Byron, how about you? Anything that you remember?
I remember getting some sort of, I don't know, conveyance method for Lord Thunderfist, just or Thunder. Lord Thunder, that's his name, right? Destroyer of Worlds.
Thunderlord, Destroyer of Worlds.
That guy. So some way to carry him along, which I don't quite remember what that actually was, or if that's even important. Also introduced him to Carl, who seemed to take him to be his own personal familiar. A notion I tried to dispel, but also was like, "Hey, cool! If you guys are getting along, whatever, sure, he's yours, as long as you take good care of him." So I think that's about where my portion ended.
So I believe the piece of conveyance for Thunderlord, Destroyer of Worlds, your bear, bug-sized bear, was a familiar pocket similar to what Carl rides in, but it's Carl-sized. So Lord Thunder, Lord Destroyer of Worlds, sits inside of that.
I love it.
doll.
Exactly.
Oh, that's great. I love it.
Fantastic. Some additional things that happened in the last adventure set, pieces of note. Taz has been, having difficulty sleeping the last several nights as well. The party went forward to the Tower of Doors, the Wizard Tower, to check on the security of the Obsidian prison. And everything seems to be in order with the Department of Archaeology. You guys each received a leather strip with ancient runes written on it, which, when attached to a weapon of some form, produces some form of elemental damage, increased amount of elemental. The crystal, when transported off the train, into the care of the Department of Archaeology. In that brief moment between the 2 circles, the creature inside unleashed a powerful piece of necromantic magic and killed several people, including one of the tower wizards in the process, but was quickly contained inside of the new circle of protection versus evil. And the party realizes that there is a bounty on your heads, 2,000 gold pieces for any member of your guys' party brought in to the Nook establishment alive, in particular. And that is where we left off.
And that is party knowledge, correct?
I believe so, correct? Ember, you shared that with the party.
Oh, hell yeah.
Correct, or did you not?
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I will share
So you
that.
shared that with the...
definitely. Yes. Yes, murder hobo with the group, yes.
Mm-hmm. So it is the evening of your guys' 3rd day here in the city of Ruby. You guys have just gotten back from your various adventures around the city, talking with the family, and you guys have met up for the bar to discuss what you would like to do in this evening where Lord Gaylord wishes you to go forward up into the slums.
Will, real quick, do the Nooks know that Thorn exists?
Do the Nooks know that Thorn exists? Well, I don't think that's information that the party currently has. Well, let me see what
Because
the
Thorn has never
description
been
was.
into any of the Nook establishments yet, has he?
That is correct. He does not have anything to do with the Nook establishments because during the underground animal fight, he was along for the ride there, though. If you remember, he just wasn't the character that you were playing at the time. He was upstairs in the bar during that time. So the descriptions that were given out for the members was a traveling group of 5 people, possibly 6, a half orc, a halfling,
There we go.
a
That works.
gnome, and what looks to be 2 humans. So you're pretty certain that Oz is not currently on that hit list. But they said that they might be traveling with additional companions, is the information that you were able to get from them, Ember. But it doesn't seem like the hit was necessarily called out for the traveling companions. It was about the 2 humans, one large, burly, older-looking gentleman, and someone who is clearly of the tower.
Gotcha. My dear party members, my fine gods and goddesses, what if we were to use me as a false bounty hunter and collect the payment on your delivery as kind of a trap?
Well, Thorn, that is definitely well, idea to be explored. Good job, friend.
Because they do not know of me. They might know the generalities, but they do not. I mean, there's clearly no description in here of hunking mole person, and I'm pretty easy to identify. So it leads me to believe that I have not been seen, or they don't know about me. So if I were to turn one of you in fake bindings, we very well could surprise them.
This is true, although I must ask, is that really the most productive use of our time to harass further members of the Nook family?
My word, no. I think it's a terrible idea, but I'm just saying it's a possibility.
I think it's a fantastic idea. We should definitely do that. Snagsme's all for
No,
this.
oh. Thorn, don't give Snagsme ideas, please.
However, here is the rub of the issue. I would like to incorporate 2 families who are at war with each other right now. If we can laser focus their... Thorn doesn't know what lasers is. I don't know why I said that.
Yeah. Well,
Hyper-focus?
If we can crystallize...
Strong river.
If we can crystallize their focus into a more achievable goal, then I think we can unite the families against the Nooks. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
That is quite the idea, but I've really never been sold on the idea that the entire Nook family is our enemies. Are we quite set on this trajectory?
What do I need to do to convince you? They hate us. They've got a bounty on us. I mean, if we want to send someone in, maybe we could get more information and find out if they really are all evil. But I'm sorry, but they haven't done a goddamn thing to make me like them. They keep on trying to kill us. They keep on trying to come after us. They're an underground. They're bad. They're just bad. They're just bad.
I mean, to be fair,
I mean-
we also keep coming after them and trying to kill them. And
I mean, they're competition. We own
Tom.
bar. We have trains. Tom has done nothing but cause problems trying to steal from us. We kill him sooner. There's no issues. I think we should murder him and all
But
of his
this is-
businesses.
Is this actually Tom that we are speaking of, interacting with? Are these various unrelated, well, related, but otherwise uninvolved members of the family?
So how it is with the Nook family is that it's much more like a mafia. So the term a Tom is more like the term of a Don, if that makes sense. So the Tom is the head of the local Nook family branch.
Tom,
Timmy-
Tim, Tammy, Timson, who knows?
Right. And so the person who has the bounty on your guys' head currently is known as the Thomas.
So is this different than our original Tom?
Well, yes. Based off of, well, here, make me a knowledge local check or knowledge nobility. Everybody who wants to go for it.
I just realized I don't even have my character sheet open, so let me fix
Knowledge.
that.
Az doesn't care about facts. She just hates Tom and wants to kill them all and thinks they all want to kill her. So who cares if it's the real one or not? I rolled a 9.
Cool. Now, Snakeshmi, do you have nobility as a skill that you have?
Of course, I do not have that as a skill that I have.
Okay, cool. So you can only make knowledge checks if you have at least one rank.
I just wanted to be involved, but I hear
Oh,
you.
got it.
No, I realized that right after I clicked it, that it didn't have a little fancy
Yeah, that's
X in
fine.
it.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic role if you had. It would have been very interesting that Snagshmi the Goblin from the Wasteland Desert would know the intricacies of halfling politics, but that does not seem to be the case.
Unfortunately.
I mean, to be fair, Snacksmeat has surprised us several times on this adventure.
That is true. Snagshmi does happen to have quite a few surprises. So you guys can't tell the difference between a Thomas, a Timmy, and a Tom. They're all just nooks. They all nook the same to you.
I see what you did.
Well played. Very punny.
Mm-hmm.
Tee.
I didn't get to make my roll yet. I can't fucking get this pop out shit to work, but I think it's loading now.
Mm-hmm. Aha.
What were you doing? Knowledge local?
You can either use knowledge local or knowledge nobility, and if you have ranks in both of them, you can use both of them. Aha! Your knowledge nobility, a 20 on it. So everybody kind of has their head scratching about this. Alatar, you would happen to know that since this happens to be the city of Ruby, where the Mage Tower, the Tower of Doors, where you studied, you know of the Thomas of the Nooks, who is kind of the boss of the entire Nook family and establishment. Upon the pyramid, he is the very tippity top, and this city is where he has his base of operations. So all Nook establishments and Nook trade is based off of his dealings and his interactions here.
Alright, so you said that was our Tom. This is his hub.
So your guys' Tom was just a low-level crime boss out in a wasteland area trying to make a name for
Gotcha.
himself. The person who has the bounty on your head currently is the Thomas.
Ah, the Thomas, the Tom father.
Yes, the Tom father.
Alright, well, we've certainly attracted some attention now, haven't we?
I mean, that's what we're good at.
So how much do we know about Les bounty on us? I mean, has this been made public in a way that it would have reached our ears?
I stopped a group of people who were trying to rise up the ranks.
Oh, right. That was
So-
where they...
I have luckily negated that issue, and now I have a nice handful of minions to train. But they're just the basic run of the mill who are trying to get to us quickly. There's gotta be more. like, just wait till it runs its way up and someone who's actually capable comes after us.
Well, we've really stirred the hornet's nest now, haven't we? I suppose it behooves us to figure out what it is we are facing. God
I mean,
damn it.
it's what we're good at.
Well, does anyone else have any better ideas than Master Thorn, yeah?
I think Thorn has a thought. I don't know if Thorn is the one who should go in, but I do think someone needs to go in and get some information so we can get this off of our heads. I don't think we want to deal with this forever.
I mean, do we have a way, perhaps, of attaining information without tipping our hand, as it were? Could our sneaky friends of the party perhaps assist?
Oh, funny you should mention that. I do have 6 little friends that I have asked to keep an eye out, but they're just beginners, so I don't know quite how much information they'll be able to get us, but they are gathering some information. I should probably check on them at some point.
That's very good, indeed.
I am also brokering peace between the Gaylords and the Ravenholms, so I could potentially talk to them and see if they know of any underdwelling dealings that they may be privy to.
These are good thoughts.
I mean, are you guys planning on trying to do
Cool.
this?
So it sounds like there's a desire to do some reconnaissance.
Are you guys planning on doing this tonight? And does Snacks Me have to come? I have important business I need to take care of. Needs to be done tonight.
What I am going to go check in tonight. What do you have to do? I'm just curious. I'd like to know.
You remember on Train where half orcs were in proxy war with weird, what's it called, doppelganger things?
Yeah.
Wait, they were in a proxy war with the doppelgangers?
Well, no, they were in proxy war with humans. And basically, I had said we need to get rid of some of their stuff, so Train would be better, and so that goblins could have a nation. Well, Noble Gaylord, soon to be Pajama Man, had mission that he needed me to take care of in the slums of city. It needs to be done tonight. Very, very important for Goblin Nation, and therefore important to group because we make money off of it.
Pajama Man?
Yeah, I'm gonna skin him and wear him as pajamas at some point. I really don't like him.
Yes, Snag wants to be inside him.
I want my feet to be inside his feet. I want my tiny hands to be wrapped around his heart. And I want to walk around while everyone gazes at the splendor that is the short Gaylord.
It
Okay,
sounds
I'm gonna go check
strangely
in.
poetic.
Yes,
I
good
mean,
luck
if you
with
guys
that.
want to come
I'm
with,
gonna go check on my kids.
there.
I'm busy, and Thorn will kind of pointedly look down at Snagsme and say, I'm very busy brokering peace between the Gaylords and the Ravenholms and wish that it does not get, as Roderick would put it, fucked up.
I'm just gonna look up at him. Your vocabulary's grown a lot lately. I don't know how I feel about it, but you learn customs well. If you help me, I will do best not to fuck up thing for at least 10 days. I give you 10 days of no fucking around. Goblin's memory don't last long, so I can't promise past that.
I will buy you your own orc pajamas if you deem it.
Deal. She actually puts out his hand to shake.
Just remember, you owe him pajamas.
I would like to just really hope that it's like a onesie of an orc.
He said orc pajamas.
Like with a hood that you button up that's just like the orc's face that pulls out of yours.
It's the uncanny valley. It's the uncanny valley of goblins. The face
Thorn
fits
suddenly
just
puts
off.
points into craft taxidermy to fulfill this desire.
It's gonna get too real, and then it's just gonna be
Thorn Thorn thinks it as literal pajamas.
Oh,
Like-
got it.
like a nightie, like a gown.
Schnagsby
But
doesn't
he
see it
doesn't-
that way, but I'm glad that we're gonna have this like confrontation later. This is perfect.
Alrighty.
Master work pajamas.
Okay. So it sounds like, in good horror fashion, the party is splitting up this evening.
Yes.
Thorn has to meet Gaston in the morning.
Yeah, in the morning.
Well, Thorn, we're
So,
doing job to help out that family.
Is it still nighttime right now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it just went dark. So you guys,
Gotcha. Okay.
it's probably 9 o'clock, and Shnagchmi's meeting is at about 1 in the morning.
Well, Taz hasn't been sleeping too good anyway, so she's just like, fuck it. I might as well go out and check in on my minions.
Okay.
Okay, what are the options for a choose our own adventure?
I mean, it's your guys's. It is your guys's choice along these lines. Shnagshmi is currently going to be going up to the slums to be bringing back some cargo, basically smuggling some cargo for Lord Gaylord to bring to one of his warehouses. It sounds like Ember wants to go in and check on her minions, and the city as a whole can be open if you so desire.
Thorn's gonna go with Snagsme, but also first, is there enough time to potentially go to a jeweler because he needs to adorn some jewels into the eye sockets of his staff or of his mace?
Sure. Sure.
He's been seeing a lot of people wear really nice rings, and he knows that the rings aren't going to fit him. Plus, when he enrages, he's just going to break the ring. But he wants to try and he's still trying to impress the nobles of this area, so he wants to put some jewels in his mace.
Got
So
it.
he wants the in-game equivalent of bedazzle his mace. I like it.
A little
Yeah.
bit.
Probably not tonight, as it is dark right now, and most of those type of shops would be closed at this hour. You might be able to find someone up in the slum area who would be able to do something along those lines. But many of the respected jewelers, after dark, have gone home to their families for the evening.
So Thorn will go with Snagsme to the slums, and in hopes of trying to find a half-price jeweler to bedazzle his mace.
All right, cool. So Thorn and Snagshmi are heading up to the slums. Byron, what would you like to do?
Well, I don't know yet. It might depend on what Woogie's doing. I would say up front, Alatar is not too keen on the idea of loosing Snagsme and Thorn out into the world without adult supervision. So even though I don't have much of a vested interest in that endeavor in of itself, I just want to make sure they probably don't cause too much chaos. So thinking about going with them, but I don't know. It maybe depends on what Woogie's up to.
Cool, Wookie, what would you like to be doing?
I was kind of considering the slums, because I can't imagine that we'll be super into a bunch of children.
Mm-hmm. And it's also black market, so slum/black market area.
Think of all the
Yeah.
drugs you can find.
Yeah, that sounds like a woogie place.
Okay. Woogie and Byron, that sounds like you might be joining them as well.
Yeah, that's really accurate.
Babysit us.
Cool. So then, Ember, just so everybody can be together, what I'll let you do is you go forward, and since there's a couple hours before the meeting is supposed to happen, you decide to go run out really quick to check on your gang of pickpockets. Make me a, and then you'll be able to join the party real quick for the adventure in the slums as well. So to make sure that the party stays cohesive, and you can have that chance as well. So make me real quick a investigation or a perception check. I think yeah, they don't have investigation, so Cool. So you end up going over to where the kids were, their second story thing, but it seems like they are out for the evening, going off and doing jobs. There's the lights are turned off in the area. There's no candles burning, which kind of makes sense since they seemed very, very eager to win your approval upon you giving them the daggers just earlier this day. So you go there, you check in. Would you like to leave anything behind for them?
I'm gonna leave something. Do they have the equivalent of like thieves' cant in this universe?
Yeah.
Just basically leave them a note that says, "I was here. I will be back in the morning. Happy hunting."
Fantastic. So you leave them in a second story work, a number of symbols that only the thieves in the area, recognize as anything above and beyond graffiti. You leave that note informing them that you stopped by their hideout while nobody was guarding it, and that you will be back in the morning to check in and see how their evening was. Wishing them happy hunting, and then continue to run through the evening on the rooftops of the city of Ruby until you go back and meet up with the rest of the party. Is there anything that the rest of the party would like to do real quick before running up to the slums and the black market?
I just want to make sure that both Princess Tiny Feet and I are in our disguises. That's it.
Fantastic. So you would fix the collar around Princess Tiny Feet's neck. She struggles a little bit, seeming to prefer her natural shape over the one of the illusion, but understanding after communicating with her, she puts it on and takes the form of a giant mastiff again. You
Perfect.
likewise take your necklace and put it on and assume the form of a halfling.
A
and
halfling
our-
child.
A
Hoo-hoo.
halfling child. Woohoo! Oz, would there be anything that Thorn would care to do?
He's going to order a quick shot of the most fiery of whiskeys.
Fantastic. So you order a shot of the most fiery of whiskeys. That will cost you 5 silver pieces. It is high-end stuff. And just make a quick Constitution save as well. DC will be 11. 22. So you take the fire whiskey, and even though you had bad memories of it back on the train, through grit and determination, you hit it down and gulp it down in one single go, and you can feel the warmth of it fill up your stomach and burn down your esophagus. But you have become used to this and partaken in distilled beverages before, and it goes down relatively smoothly. And you feel the world seems just a little bit less loud in an oppressive sort of place to your senses. Tilly,
Fantastic.
would there be anything that you desire to do? Mm-hmm.
Nope. I don't think so.
All right. And finally, Byron, any last preparations you would like to make?
Yeah, I need to actually add my spells from my last level up. I think I know what I want here. You said I don't know if you remember offhand. For level
You get
6, I get
two spells. Yep,
Okay.
2 spells of any level.
All right, so I think I know what I want, but the spell I'm looking for, I'm not seeing in like the little search list on Roll20.
What is it
So,
called?
Battering Blast. Is it a level 3 spell?
Okay. Let's take a peek here. Yeah, that's because it is from additional one of the booklets. So it's from a campaign
thought
setting
that
as
might be the
opposed to
case.
the main game. Yep. So
Well, do I need to limit myself then into what's in the primary?
for here's how I can do this for you real quick. Shunk, shunk, shunk. Level 3. Bam. Description. Because I was able to pull it up in the main thing. And I believe that's evocation, third, close.
Oh, I remembered a thing I want to do.
Yeah.
So while you're figuring that out, before we all go, Woogie just kind of pulls Snacks me off to the side, and she's like, "So, I mean, now that you're getting super involved with these rich, noble people that have lots of business to do, I just want to remind you that I also happen to know some rich, noble people with business to do. If you need any connections."
I would have been nice to know about connections when I first took over Train. Now it seems as though I have competition somewhere. But I keep in mind, who knows? Maybe we can help each other out.
I'm literally offering you a thing that I don't offer anybody. I don't even want you to know that I can offer this thing. But like,
Is the train mine already or not?
I'll fucking name a train Snags Me Express. Like,
I want
do that.
90% ownership of the train we rode on. That is what I want. Goblins will have way to travel across Great Nation.
If you want to do that, then you can have a nice talk with my mother.
I thought you said you could help me.
I don't know if I can help you own. Besides the point, maybe I can do that if I care enough. I just wanted to say that I could help you. People know me around here. It's a thing. Okay? Okay.
Okay. Thanks for being helpful. And then Snagsby's gonna just glare at her because he's still mad that she didn't tell him that she already owned the train. He feels quite conflicted. He's very conflicted.
Also, Woogie makes sure that she does not dress in her usual fancy nice things.
Cool. What?
A, she doesn't want to get mugged, and B, I mean, I assume that people do recognize her around here to some extent. Not like a lot, but just in case.
Yeah, I mean, probably any of the gnome upper class families might recognize you. But really, I mean, it's a pretty big city, so it's not quite the same as you might be well known. Yeah, not wanting to be mugged is fair. Put down the battering blast for you, Byron. Is there a second spell that you wanted to add, or did you do it already?
Yeah, I was debating now between. I was looking at Atlet of Sphere. I wanted some sort of like shield spell, and that was the only one I saw so far. But then also I see we have Atlet of Barrier, and I'm just kind of reading between the difference of the two to see which one of those I want. So I guess whenever I figure that out, I'll let you know.
All right, fantastic. So with that, the rest of the party gathers up their odds and ends and heads up to the slums outside of the city.
Goblins.
Switch over and head there. After about an hour's travel through the streets, you head out through the main gates and outside of what is the city wall. And as soon as you go outside of the city wall, you can see that the quality of the buildings and the lifestyle out here decreases dramatically. The houses that are inside of the city walls seem to be generally well kept and colorful and well put together. But out here, it's much more of almost a shanty town. Houses built upon houses crammed together along the riverfront where barges go back and forth. Shady-looking individuals skulk around during the night. You hear raucous noise coming from what seems to be a gambling hall, and see somebody get thrown out onto the street for being drunk and belligerent. The entire area smells kind of refuse and just general body odor, and you can tell that this is downstream of the river. So any garbage that the city itself leaves behind in the river kind of finds its way down this way. You see a couple people traveling along the riverfront on gondolas with hooks, seeming to fish out and be looking for odds and ends along the way. And this is what you guys come across.
Upon stepping, like as we make it outside, Shakespeare takes a big breath in, and he smiles. Reminds me of home. I bet there's good food here. And he's gonna start walking towards the alleyway where he told that guy to meet him earlier.
And besides the smell, this place is really fucking cool.
Mm-hmm. So you head down the alleyway. The party.
Thorn is very sheepishly following along, even though he's like three times as tall as both of them. He's still very like, I don't know about this place.
God, I love Thorn.
So Snagshmi leading the way as if he owns every inch of the streets along here, takes the party down what seems to be just another one of the alleys. As you go past, you see somebody passed out along the way towards the entrance of it. And as Snagshmi leads you deeper in, you see somebody kind of standing along the way and huddling there in what seems to be a terrified manner. Snagshmi, you recognize this as the mugger that you informed needed to be here, else you would murder him.
Does he see me as I'm walking up or not? I'd like to walk up to him sneakily, if that's possible.
Make me a stealth check.
I'm gonna have a chaotic evil moment. He's gonna terrorize this guy. That's his new move.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find sneak. 1 second. Where the hell is it? Stealth. There we go.
Yep, stealth.
Oh, I'm not sneaky at all. All right.
So Snagshmi suddenly starts darting along the shadows from shadow to shadow. However, he is leading the rest of the party of 6 people along, so he does kind of have a bit of a parade following him, bringing somewhat of attention to it. Or 5 people, sorry, 4 people. There's 5 including the dog. Is what the 6 people total, 5 people including the dog.
I am going to roll a sneak check just to call you on that because no one's going to see my ass.
No,
Thorn also sees what Snagshmi is trying to do and says, like, oh, we're sneaking. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, would I?
Well, everybody who wants to be,
Stealth?
it would be just straight stealth. Yep, stealth is how you are stealthy.
Ha!
Man, you guys are all stealthy as fuck. Holy shit.
Fantastic. So Snagshmi, pretending to be stealthy and failing miserably, actually draws attention away from everybody else, except for Tilly, who's just kind of walking along with him.
Oh, okay. This is the thing from my old gaming group. Whenever you would do a sneak check, and this would happen, what we would say is you were doing, I'm too sneaky for my shoes. Sneaky for my shirt. So sneaky, it hurts. So this is what I imagine Snagshmi is doing right now, trying to be sneaky. He's singing the I'm So Sexy Sneaky song.
That's
Fantastic.
wonderful. I love that.
Alatar is not even in remotely attempting to be sneaky. He's just following along. Like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Like, I thought we were just going down to the shops.
Fantastic. So Alatar, Tilly, and Snagshmi. Alatar is just kind of walking along the way. Everybody else is kind of lurking along, just generally being inconspicuous and recognizing this as a harder part of town. Snagshmi is just out there wide open, doing a horrible job, and Tilly Woogie having a fantastic time following along, singing in harmony with Snagshmi, in fact, the sneaky song.
Perfect. When I get up to the mugger, I'm gonna look at him like, "Hello, Mugsley. How are you?"
I'm doing fine. Is this the 2 companions that you were talking about? I'm here as you asked. What is it that you want of me here? I wish to be done with our business as quickly as possible.
I'm gonna pull his dagger out and kind of hold it in my hand. I'm like, "You want this back now?" You want this to be done already? I guess. I mean, I don't see your sheath, and I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna poke at his stomach a little bit. I'm like, if you want this dagger already, I mean, you can have it. Do you want it?
Cool. Make me an intimidation check +4, as you have already.
God damn it!
actively,
It's only an 11.
Ah,
He's
11
so
from 11.
uncharismatic.
He rolls worse than you. A natural
Thank
5.
God.
You can see beads of sweat dripping down this guy's face. His eyes are looking frantic. It seems like he has not rested very well since your last encounter with him. He's like, "Oh no, not at all. I'm more than happy to assist with anything that you want. I just, all that I ask is, well, once you're done, we part ways amicably."
That can be arranged. Will, what was the name of the? I know he wanted us to go to the black market. What was the name of the guy that he wanted us to trade the platinum with?
Oh, let me pull that up here. His name. Razriel.
We're looking for the one called Razriel. We have an important agreement, and if it doesn't go well, people who are much more scary than me are gonna come looking for you. Do you know where he is?
I'm sorry. I've never heard the name before. I'm just a simple, man looking to get through on hard times. I don't know the comings and goings of the city here. I mean, if you wish for me to bring you along to people who would be traders and that type of information, I'll be more than happy to lead you along the ways.
Sure. Take us to where people sell things that are illegal, and find me someone who can answer this. If I don't figure out who it is in the next hour, I think this dagger is gonna find you much quicker than you expected.
Yeah. Oh, you can see that he is quite shaken by this entire experience. Oh, yeah. Yes. Quick, right away. I'll lead you along the way, and then we'll part ways. I'll be more than happy to bring you to people who will be much more knowledgeable. Here, come. And he'll lead you along deeper into the city, or into the outskirts of the area. So as the rest of the party follows through, being generally inconspicuous, you see, meat vendors and stuff like that along the way. Bryce, make me a perception check real quick.
Bryce?
Oh, I'm sorry, Byron. I don't know why I keep on doing that.
That's me. That's you. People in my life. No worries. Let's see here. You said perception check?
Yes, please.
Will, I mean this in the kindest, gentlest way possible.
Yes.
Going forward, every time you get either my name wrong or Byron's name wrong, we all have to take a shot.
That is fair.
down.
I will make sure that this is the driest D&D campaign in the future, just out of spite. So, now are you talking about Thorn's name or just your name, Oz? Or confusing the two?
Every once in a while, you'll call me Byron as well.
Got it. I call Oz Byron, Byron Bryce, Oz Thorn. It'll be much better from here on out, I promise. Thank you for the
And again, I mean that in the kindest, gentlest way imaginable. It's just something that was like, oh yeah, take a shot.
Yep.
Well,
Names are important, so making sure that we go through it, but also getting drunk is important. Suddenly feel like I have more power than I should have. By the end of the campaign, everybody will be sloshed. All right. Yeah, Alatar, you notice and you know nothing. You're wandering along the street, the hustle and bustle. Everything seems to be in order. So, also mark 10 gemstones out of your purse.
Oh, that's rough, man.
Here and you
Yeah.
over here.
What is
Would
that?
I see him do that?
Make me a perception check as well. Sure, I'll give the additional person a chance to. Yeah, Ember. So you're walking along, and you see somebody bump into Alatar and shove his hand deep into one of Alatar's pockets and seems to be pulling out a handful of things.
I would like to go up there and. How subtle am I feeling? Sneak attack up behind them. Not. I don't want to kill them. Just put a knife to their neck, real nice and polite, like.
Cool. Yeah, I'll let you do the sneak attack non-lethally. So with the back of your dagger, you just pummel the person at the back of their head. They're unaware of you because you were stealthing, being inconspicuous. Make me an attack roll.
What do I use for this? It would just be like Mr. Stabby and Mr. Death, but like.
Yeah, it'll just be
Non-lethal?
non-lethal death. Yeah, you'll just be pummel striking them instead. All right. However, they're just a normal person along the street, so you are able to hit them upon the back of the head. The 10 will be enough to hit them, and roll me an additional 2d6 damage, please. And that will be enough to absolutely knock the person out. So, Alatar, you're walking along, and somebody bumps into you, not thinking anything of it, and you hear a gurgling sound, and notice Taz standing behind the person with the back of Mr. Stabby or Mr. Death.
Oh, Mr. Stabby. This is not a death moment. This is
Got
Mr.
it. With
Stabby.
Mr. Stabby held backwards in her hand, a little bit of blood on the pommel, and what seems to be an unconscious body lying down with a handful of gemstones that the person seemed to have lifted from your pocket.
Are you missing
Taz.
something?
What the hell is going? Did you just rob that man?
No. He robbed you. They robbed you. I have no idea what their gender is,
What?
but they robbed you, and I stopped them. Here's your money. I could have just kept it.
What do you mean they've robbed me? I've never seen this person before in my entire life.
Oh God, you don't understand
Smart.
anything, do
When
you?
people in areas like this touch you, they probably took something.
Like,
Do
nobody
those
touched me.
Sometimes they give you stuff too, but you really don't want it.
Aw.
You
Oh, I
just
think
robbed
he
this
knows about
person,
that.
And now you're trying to pay me off because I witnessed it. I don't understand what is going on here. You
Fuck it.
people.
While he's ranting, I'm gonna pick up all of his gems and I'm gonna pick this kid's pocket, like the one I knocked out. I'm gonna take everything off of them and I'm put it in my purse and I'm not giving back the gems.
Cool. The kid had the equivalent of 11 silver and 15 copper on them.
How much are the gems worth? I don't have like gems in my inventory, but what kind of GP are we talking about here?
Each of the gems was worth 100 gold pieces, give or
What
take.
the fuck? God damn it!
How many did he lose again? How many gems do I have now?
It was a D10, and he
800.
maxed out. He maxed out on it, so he grabbed 10 of them. You each had. You
Oh,
each,
shit.
I believe, had a. Wait. Yeah, 100. They might have been 50. I'll have to double check on that. I think they were 100.
Yeah, we had a decent amount of gems because I got rid of a whole bunch of them to make those pretty daggers, but I still have some gems left. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I got more now. Thanks.
I don't think I ever added those to my inventory in the first place.
I
So
didn't
that-
either. So
I have
I
written down. I have 1k gold in gems.
Got it. So 1k gold in gems. So that means probably each of them, because the idea. So that would have been. Yeah, because the idea was each of the gemstones was probably worth 10 gold pieces each. Then, because you add
You just
100.
cleaned me out.
No, so each of the gems. So you each had 100 of those gemstones. They were each worth 10 gold each. Right, because that's the that's 1k.
okay,
Well, I feel
that
better
tracks.
about
Yeah. So 10 at 10. Sorry about the confusion. I thought everybody wrote it down when I did it, and I deleted the folder with the the loot from it.
It's all good.
Fantastic. The cut purse from beforehand is looking a little anxious about the extra hustle. He's like, "Oh, quick, quick! We're right around the corner here from the main bazaar area, and then I'll leave it to you." And with that, he leads you into what seems to be a large marketplace area along the back parts of the dock through several different alleyways, colorful tents and people chattering, and seems to be a very big place of information. And he'll be like, "Oh yes, here's the market itself. You'll be able to find any odds and ends that you'll need along this way. But if you're looking for information, Tamiel in the back will be the information provider and be able to get you what you need. Here, let me lead you along." And he'll scurry along to the back area to a place where there seems to be several people sitting around drinking. A half elf with several of his companions, all of them elven in nature, and he'll be like, Tamriel, these are several people from within the city. They're looking for your particular services and being able to find someone. And with that, if you're quite satisfied, I will be on my way.
I'm not satisfied at all. We're not done. You can
Oh.
stay here. It's fine. You'll be safer here anyways. And I'm just going to smile at him and give him the toothiest grin that I can. Just big smile.
Cool.
We're looking for, what was the name that I told you?
Raz.
Razio. We're looking for the one named, I believe, Raztiel.
Cool. He'll kind of take you a look up and down. The rest of the people, are you still stealthing along, or are you kind of there giving him the look of extra muscle?
Extra muscle.
Sneaky.
All right.
He doesn't even know that Thorn is there yet.
All right. So, and Alatar? Not sneaking. So cool. So the wizard and a gnome and a halfling. So the half elf will kind of take you a look up and down and says, and what do the nooks have interest in our dear Raz?
Did you just say the Nooks?
You are not a nook then? You work for Red then instead?
It doesn't matter who we work for. We're trying to give someone coin, and we're trying to make it easier for all of you to do your business outside the city. Why does it matter who we work for?
Fair enough. Information is just what I broker. It's little bits of trade. If you're interested in finding where Raz is, I'll be more than happy to point you into the right direction to where his hideout is. A simple, greasing of the hands, we'll say 5 gold pieces, and I'll be more than happy to point you on your way.
I could offer you a better deal if you'd make the introduction yourself.
He'll kind of look you up and down. Make me a charisma or a diplomacy check.
I have such a low diplomacy. Jesus
He'll
Christ.
kind of take. That's what it is part of being a goblin.
Yes, it is.
He'll kind of take you a look up and down, and he says, introductions are not really my services. I merely deal in information. I do not want to get involved in the particulars of it. If you wish to know where his location is, I'll be more than happy to point you along the way for the small price of 5 gold pieces.
I'm going to look over at Whoopi, and I'm going to look at Alatar, and then realize that I don't know where the rest of the party's at. Be like, fine. And I'll give him 5 gold pieces.
Fantastic. Mark off the 5 gold pieces from the character sheet, and he'll take it and smile along the way, and he's like, all right, all that you need to do, um, his warehouse is, if you head along the alleyway directly to the left here, head about 4 blocks down that way, 2 blocks to the right, and then 1 more left. You'll find his location, and ask for Raz, and I'm certain if you have an appointment with him, his caretakers will be more than happy to lead you deeper in. It has been a delight and pleasure doing business with you, Master. And he'll kind of inquire for a name.
Tom. You are correct. We are with the Nooks. And I'm just going to... I'll say Tom, and I'll just respond, it's good that you know how to recognize a Nook. And I'm just going to walk off in the way that he told us to go.
All right. Oh, you're claiming to be a Nook?
Yep. Because he called me that we're going on behalf of the Nooks already.
All right. Fantastic. And with that, you guys head down the alleyway, follow the directions, and you seem to see what is a large fishing port, and outside of it are a pair of half-orc, what seem to be bodyguards. I'll kind of take a look at the party, the current party of 3 up and down. And what can we do for the 3 of you tonight? You are far away from home, little one. You should go back to your mother.
I'm going to look up at the orcs, and I'm going to respond, we've been sent on a really important mission by Lord Gaylord. We have an appointment with Raz.
Ah, I see. Well, then if you would, you are expected. And with that, they will lead you into the inner layer. Here, we'll switch over to this. Boom. And what we will do is pull some characters for everyone. So if you want to drag your character onto the map, the people who are currently sneaking, it is unlikely you will be able to sneak into the to the building as it is. Are you willing to remove stealth to head in, or will you be waiting outside?
Oh no! Thorn is going to greet the bodyguards, bouncers, and say, "Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for your diligent service on behalf of the Gaylords."
They'll kind of huff at you.
Yeah, I'll stop being sneaky. I'll come in. Whatever. Yeah.
All right. I mean, you can try and maybe climb up along the rooftop and go along that way. You can, it is a building. There is a roof. You would need to make
I will
climb checks.
Stay with the party at this.
Yours in the story, girl.
Yes, I know. I will. I'm gonna stay with the party for now.
I don't know how to drag my character onto the screen.
I will do that for you then. Oh. This represents that. Save setting. You should have control over him. And then we will get tabs.
Yep.
Yeah, I started trying to do it and then I didn't, so I'm glad you are. Yay.
Yep. The way to do it is if you click on the name instead of the image. That's how you can.
Is that guy that was with us earlier still with us?
Make a perception check. Yeah, he booked it.
Oh, that's unfortunate for him. I was going to actually pay him and give him back his dagger.
Yeah,
enough.
Hey, free dagger.
Now I'm gonna have to find him and give it back.
Oh,
Oh man.
he did what he thought was his job. Cool. So you guys go inside of the building here and head through a couple of entrance ways, and they lead you to uh the what the room that you are currently in. It is a high vaulted room. Seems to have been some sort of warehouse once upon a time for traveling and moving things somewhat in disarray. And there is a overhang uh, between you and what seems to be the two people that you are looking for. A guy, two half orcs are standing there, and they have beside of them two large crates boxed up with what seems to be air holes on top of it. And this is currently where you guys are situated, over at the door. Hey, boss! These are the ones that Gaylord sent. Come to pick up his package. And they'll let you lead the way if you want, Snagshme.
I would love to lead the way.
And the rest of the party can, follow along if you want. If you want to be under the overpass, just place your characters on that overpass area, and we'll know that you're on the bottom part of it. I think there might be. I'll move Princess Tiny Feet next to that there. And then Thorn. Yep. Cool. So that right there is a wall.
Thorn is kind of following behind everybody.
Got it. That right. So that's. So they are underneath that overpass right now. So that right there is a wall. So if you want to be kind of behind it, that would be a spot.
Okay.
Right along here is wall on the bottom side.
All right.
Cool. All right. Didn't know that Lord Gaylord was sending children to do his pickups nowadays.
It's easier to move around when you look like a child, don't you think?
It's not my business one way or another how easy it is for people to move around on the inside of the city. You got our pay?
What's in the boxes?
Well, a couple of things that Lord Gaylord asked for us to be picking up out on the mountainside.
I'd like to walk up to the boxes with air holes. I want to smell it and then listen to it and see if it's making any noise.
Okay.
Do I use knowledge nature or do you want me to use perception?
Make me a knowledge nature, I guess. Perception to see. Do a perception to see what you can see inside of the dark box. Oh, you have dark vision, so you'll be able to see pretty well. Yeah. So, and knowledge nature, fantastic. So you take a peek on the inside of the crate, and as you get closer, a pair of you hear kind of a chirping sound and whirling sound, and inside you see what seems to be almost what looks to be a giant football with feathery antennae on the front of it. And as you get closer, one of the feathery antennae kind of stick out of the one of the air holes and tries to brush up against your hand.
Where did you get these from?
Well, as we listen, Our business is not to talk small talk about how we do what we do. Do you got our money? Or do we have a problem?
I've got your money. I might have more work for you if you'd like to make more than what he's paying you. So I would recommend answering the question. Might mean you make more money.
Bluff check. Or charisma. Okay, well, you... Yeah.
Do you want me to do diplomacy or charisma?
Well...
Or bluff?
Yeah, because do you actually have work for them? And you don't quite yet.
I don't. I'm bluffing.
Yeah, that would make me...
-1. Holy shit. Yeah, never mind.
All right.
Guys, I need somebody else to make these checks for me. Holy shit.
If you set it up for me to do it, we would get along a little better.
Right?
As far as
with
Alex's concerned, man, you're making this bed. You got to lie in it.
That's totally fair. I've got so they would I know what these animals are? Is there any way that Snags Me would have any idea with those roles what these creatures are that are in here?
Yeah, your knowledge nature would with a 19 you would recognize that as probably you would recognize it as a rust monster. They're
Oh, fuck yeah.
a monster that lives up in mountainsides and hunts for things like iron, and they turn it to rust to be able to eat it.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna hand
Thorn's background in earth dwelling and whatnot. Would he recognize this?
Make me a knowledge dungeoneering check. Yeah, you never really came across rust monsters. Not much came in or out of your guys' cave. It was kind of its own tiny little ecosystem. So there wasn't much for you to come across.
All right. I'm going to tell him that we'll take these. I'm going to pass him the platinum.
All right. Fantastic. He'll take the 2 platinum, or the bag of platinum, and count it out as well. Kind of take a look at you, and the rest of the party now as well. And he'll go. Speaking of which, you were talking about additional work for us. I think you happen to have another a bit of money that you can apply for us as well. Some more work.
Are you trying to say that we need to pay you to leave?
No, whatsoever. My business with you is completely finished for all I care, you and the big burly one. However, the 3 of your friends there, we've heard through the grapevine that there's quite a nice little amount of money on their head as well.
Taz totally gives a side eye to anyone in the group that will notice it, that she's raising an eyebrow. Quietly, but really loudly.
You know why there's a reason that we have a big bounty on our heads?
Oh, cool. Yeah, Thor, you recognize it. And they'll go, oh, yeah. Little gnome, why do you have such a big bounty on your heads?
Because we will fuck you up real bad.
Oh.
Maybe don't worry about us. Just let us go.
Cool. Make me an intimidation check.
I hope I pass this.
Taz kind of, his eyebrows still stuck up as she's looking at our little gnome druggy diplomacy friend, pulling the intimidation just as kind of like, okay, bro.
I have 9 intimidation. I just never roll it well.
Mm-hmm. Now, we're kind of jumping from bit to bit here. Now, Taz, would you, while people are talking, care to apply your cleric bonus to this roll in particular? You're lucky?
We can't hear you if you're talking.
I should really quiet. I know, I forgot to press the button. So real quietly, I'm just gonna kind of go over to just like brush her on the shoulder and give her some luck.
Fantastic. Tilly, we're going to let you re-roll that natural one. Thorn is assisting with the...
Shut the fuck up, you tiny thing.
So Wookie gets, standing behind the other, the halfling, chirps up in the highest, squeakiest voice. We will fuck your shit up. And they will kind of start laughing. Thorn, the guy who is standing next to you, well, let me roll his. Yeah, kind of takes a step away and a second step away. Doesn't seem to be interested in anything along those lines.
Now, since I happen to be standing fairly behind Woogie, can I roll an intimidation check to maybe roll her some backup?
Sure, I'll let you assist with it as well. But 11's an 11. 23. Fantastic. So the half orc, well, he moves to what seems to be easier prey. You just kind of have a menacing look of death and danger as well, and he'll kind of be stuck between a rock and a hard place and go along here. Real quick, I'll go here, and they go, well, listen, halfling and your bodyguard, we have no problems with you, but it ain't just us here. So if you want to leave with your skins, just leave the 3 fugitives, and we'll be more than happy to let you continue on your way. And from that, 1 second, you guys hear rustling, and you see what seems to be a couple crossbowmen sitting up along the top here as well.
I'm going to look at him and be like, honestly, I have no problem with that. But these boxes are too big for me to move on my own. So if one of your half-orc friends here could help me get this by the door, I'll leave. Do with them whatever you will.
They'll be all right. Listen, the 3 of you, it's nothing personal, and they'll point over to the 2 guards, and each of them will go forward and pick up one of the boxes.
Can you wait to get rid of them until I'm gone? I'd rather not see this. My little child eyes probably couldn't handle it.
No, we don't want to. Listen, all that we've been told is Thomas wants to have a talk with them. There'll be no danger happening, and the 2 guards will, go forward and pick up the crates and start moving out.
All right, I'm going to walk up there with them, and once we get up to, like, up here in this area...
down here on the bottom is where you entered and exited.
Oh, it's down there. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's the entrance and exit.
I'm going to...
Is anyone else... So real quick, we're going to take a little bit of a pause. Byron, what would you like to do in this particular circumstance?
Well, I guess I'm gonna see whatever snacks me he's fucking doing here. That's gonna pan out before I do anything. I'm just kind of like, God damn it, this again. But other than that, I don't want to fuck up whatever he's doing, so I'm just gonna chill.
All right, Woogie.
Hold on. I'm trying to see how many people I can use this on.
Yeah, no problem. While you're figuring that out, Thorn, what would you currently like to be doing? All of the half-orcs seem to be wary of you, but they have no desire to be holding you. So...
These are my friends. Any fate that you wish to deal upon them shall be doubled forthwith by myself.
Well, suit yourself. You know.
And Thorn will continue to grow.
I'm going to yell at Thorn as my little halfling self. You're supposed to be protecting me. I really recommend that you come stand by this door and follow me out. Remember what I told you about giving people you care about hugs? You really should be doing your job. I don't even know what Gaylord is paying you for.
Gaylord
And I'm going to
isn't
lift an
paying
eyebrow
me.
while I say
I'm-
that to him.
Hold on, I'm gonna roll another
Yeah.
perception check.
Absolutely. While that is going on, Taz, what would you like to be doing?
I'm curious what the fuck Mr. Thomas wants to say to us. So I'm kind of okay with just sort of going with them so long as they don't harm us. So I'm just
Cool.
kind of floating with the thing.
Right, so we're just talking to 2 guards?
So there's the two what seem to be bosses, and it seems to be they have 4 crossbowmen up on the 2nd level. There are 2 of them which are currently walking away with the cargo that Snagshmi is here to pick up. And that is currently the situation. As you guys can see, the crossbowmen up on the 2nd levels here, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Cool.
Can I hypnotize them without them knowing? Without, like, the other people realizing what's going on?
Well, here's the question on the hypnotize spell. Does it have verbal and semantic components to it? Because if got it. So when there,
Why?
yep. So when there are verbal and semantic components, that's you wiggling your fingers and saying arcane spells. There are feats that allow you to remove those to make it stealthier to cast magic. Alatar has the ability to cast spells if he prepares them without wiggling his fingers if he wants to, or if he gets, for instance, tied up. If he prepares the spells, he can still cast even though his hands are tied.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
That's what wizards can do. Not like you fucking schlumpy sorcerers.
If she spent a feat to get it, she could do it, but she
She's
hasn't.
too busy getting high.
Damn sorcerers always getting stoned. They never study. Fucking
Mhm.
chads.
Damn Chad. All right, everybody. So, Thorn, you seem to have been able to perceive that Snagshmi is trying to communicate, that secret message to you. What were you trying to communicate to him, Snagshmi?
I'm just trying to
I
mimic.
will reluctantly go downstairs and stand by Snagsby.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Cool.
I'm going to look at the orcs and I'm going to tell them, you can just set those down here. The big guy here will carry them out. And then I'm going to look at Princess Tiny Feet. And I'm going to give Princess Tiny Feet the same cue I always give her to throw a web at the thing that's next to her.
All right. Cool.
So she's going to try to web him.
Cool. So Snagshmi will get a Princess Tiny Feet will get a surprise attack round, and then I guess we'll be going into initiative. So Snagshmi, make me your Princess Tiny Feet's range versus touch. That is enough to hit him, and he is currently webbed. So, one sec. Shunk information. He is entangled, and with all of a sudden the dog hissing like a spider and goopy saliva spitting out of the dog's mouth, solidifying in what seems to be webs, surprising the hell out of the half-orcs. They'll go, "It's a trap!" and combat will begin. And everybody, please roll me initiative.
I would just
I just
like
wanna
to
say
say that I didn't murder hobo this.
I just would like to say I'm really glad these webs are shooting out of the dog's mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Jesus.
Ugh.
I'm trying to find initiative again. I've been playing 2E for too long. Jesus Christ. Where's initiative at?
It's your hit points on the main page.
There we go. All right, I'll be right back. Give me like a minute.
Absolutely.
Fuck, dude.
Woogie is 19.
And with that, his character dies.
With that, he suddenly gets smushed into the ground.
I'm sorry, your sanity is low and the ghost has killed you. Again.
Again. 24. Woogie 19. Thorn is 6. Plus 20. 10.
Alrighty.
Yep, just give me 1 second. Just adding turns for the for this 2 care bad guys. And okay, and now we just do this button and descending. Fantastic. All right, so combat begins. The web sprays out, and Alatar, you had been just sitting cool and collected the entire time, recognizing that shit's finally hit the fan. You get to act first. What would you like to do?
Could I angle a web attack? Because these dudes, these archers here, right? They're always at a higher level than us, right?
Yes, that is
All right,
correct.
can I angle a web attack so I can try to hit them, but not the people below them, mainly my own party members?
Yeah, you probably would be able to get that. That higher level, 1 second, 5, 10, 15, 20, is 60 feet off the ground.
Oh, actually,
So,
I just noticed there are a couple of those fucking dudes on our level too. I just noticed that.
well, that's you guys are currently on an underpass right now.
Oh, we're under that shit. Okay,
Yep, you guys are on an underpass right now.
gotcha. So,
Here, I'll draw a
if it's
wall.
likely that I could hit those dudes up the web, I'm gonna kind of step out a little bit and try to web up on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. You'd be able to make that. Yep, medium 100 feet. So let me just make sure if it is in range. 20. It is just barely in range. So each of the rooftop sneaks will need to make a reflex save as the wizard steps out from the underpass, seeing the sneaks up on the upper level, making arcane gestures. Sticky strands continue in a similar fashion to what just came out of the dog's mouth, go flying up to the 2 crossbowmen up on the top. However, with their nimble agility, they seem to duck behind what is the wall there and seem not to be entangled by the many layered masses. They are still within the area of the wall web, but they are not currently under the entangled condition. But if they decide to move, that would cause them problems. And if they and fire and webs are always an interesting combination. So let me real quick pull this up.
This is gonna be good. We'll see what happens.
Here, what I'll do actually. Where would you like the center of the web spell to be? Just getting the 2 of them?
Yeah, like, I don't know, between the two of them, I guess. Whatever would maximize its effectiveness against their area.
Okay. So what we'll do, think along that. However, they are currently not entangled by the spell.
Gotcha.
So, do that there. Fantastic. Up next is Taz. It is currently your action. What would you like to do?
So she kind of whispers, I guess murder hobo it is. Hmm. So to the side, okay, so we're on an underpass thing. Is anybody at our level of where we are?
So the two guys who are directly in front of you are at your level, and the two people over by Schnagschme are on your level too. The only people who are not on your level are the 4 crossbowmen. 2 of them are 30 feet in the air, and the next one are 60 feet in the air. That's how high that is.
She's gonna aim at one of the ones that's on our level. The two guys they're by each other, not the ones by the door, and just fire her crossbow at one of them.
All right, cool. Make me an attack roll. Fantastic.
I accidentally rolled twice.
That is perfectly all right. So you take your light crossbow and you point it directly at one of the 2 men directly in front of you, catching him completely off guard and blasting a bolt into his shoulder. It scrapes off the armor that he's wearing, while dealing damage does not seem to dig super deep into it, as you deal 2 points of piercing damage against the guy directly in front of you. And he is, seems to be grumpy about the entire idea.
Which one is Raz?
You never asked.
Okay, which one was talking to us when I was talking to him?
The one up on the top.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So you imagine that would happen to be Raz, but you're not 100%.
That's alrighty.
Cool.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, my pleasure. Up next, Woogie. It is your action.
Oh, okay. So I would like to approach the 2 guys ahead of us and cast Color Spray.
All right. So, move your character to where you want to be standing to get the cone right, because you don't want to hit Kaz with that. So you'll probably want to be at least next to her or one further up, because it is a cone of 15 feet. So you could even get away with being 1 step further away. Excellent. All right, so you blast Color Spray. So Woogie comes skipping up in front and making arcane gestures and speaking in gibberish to what sounds like the rest of the party. Bright lights blast from her fingertips and her eyes and her mouth in a blast of rainbows and basically drug-addled, what you would imagine would be her insides finally coming to the outside. And they both need to make will saves. All right. Huh. And neither of them succeed on their will save. So, 1 second, I just need to see what their hit dice are. All right. Both of them scream out, I'm blinded, I'm blinded, they seem to be tougher than most of the people that you've blasted with this before, because normally the amount of drug-addled light and color show that comes out of you just knocks them directly unconscious. But these ones seem to be just blinded and stunned for it. And they're clutching their eyes and moving around, and that is their action. Their turn. The 2 of them will be, moving their hands in front of their faces, trying to see completely out of it. The one half orc that has been webbed is going to pull out his cudgel and hit the dog. So he is going to be at a -2 to this hit, but he's going to still try and bash the pup. Well, bam!
That is a hit.
31 will definitely hit, and he bashes down for 8 points of damage as he just clubs Princess Tiny Feet as hard as he possibly can.
He's a monster.
Instead of hearing a yelp, you hear Princess Tiny Feet hiss at him, and the image fades in and out between Mastiff and Spider, which would be a shaking effect, but he seems to be uncaring of it. The other one does not want to deal with Thorn because he was intimidating, so is going to try and cudgel Snagshmi instead. So he's going to take his club and bash Snagshmi on the head with it.
That is a hit.
And deals 5 points of damage against Snagshmi as he hits you over the top of the head while he lets go of the crate. The archers up along the top. Action is next. This one is not supposed to be here. Don't know where that one came from. So, what are they going to do? They don't have a very good viewpoint of Taz or Woogie. So the two that got webbed are going to take pot shots over against the wizard, since the wizard casts spells at them, and that's not very fun. So they are both going to take a pot shot 1. Ooh. All right, and pot shot number 2 will miss. So the first one will aim directly down upon you and fire a crossbow bolt, hitting you in the shoulder, dealing 2 points of piercing damage against you, Alatar. The second crossbow bolt is still somewhat snagged in the webbing, even though he's not completely pierced, and the shot goes completely wide. The other 2 crossbowmen will take their shots. 1, 2, the spider, 3, 4, Snagshmi, 5, 6, the big guy. 1, 2. So one will take a shot at Princess Tiny Feet, and the other one will take a shot at Thorn. So the one against Princess Tiny Feet ends up shooting wide as well. He shoots what he would imagine is where Princess Tiny Feet is, but because of the difference in the size and shape of her being a dog versus a spider, it ends up going wide. And the shot against Thorn, Thorn, what is your AC?
17.
17 is just enough not to be hit. So the second shot comes within a hair's breadth. You can feel the wind of it shooting right past your face and hits and clangs to the ground instead. Snagshmi, it is your action. What would you like to do?
Okay, I am going to cast...
Thorn never got to go.
Who?
Thorn never got to go.
Thor, you are at 6, so you are up next. The first action, this is Snagshmi's first action.
Okay, gotcha.
Because he got a surprise round. Yep.
That's right. Okay, cool.
Yep. I now have the turn order tracker on the computer, so I don't miss people's actions anymore.
Okay, let me see how far away these people are real quick. Perfect,
And then
they're close enough.
Well, you also have to remember that they're 30 feet up in the air.
Okay, so I mean, at that angle, what would you put them at? We're level 6, right?
Oh, Yes.
Okay, so like I've got a range of 45 feet.
Got it. That will not be enough to get to them for that spell.
But it's enough
45.
for right there?
Nope, that is 60. Those guys are even higher up.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yep, they're way up there.
I see. Okay, well then I will do something else. One second. Yeah, I'm just going to go and bite the one that is directly in front of me.
Okay.
And then I'm
17
wearing
is
that
enough.
headband, so that lightning one.
Cool. Lightning damage. Fantastic. So Snagshmi goes right forward, and the halfling jumps in front of the half-orc, biting down on him, surprising the hell out of the half-orc because he was not expecting a halfling to go forward and bite him, dealing 7 points of piercing damage and 2 points of lightning in addition, as he gets electrocuted while he is being bit, and now has a halfling-shaped goblin tearing into him. What is your command to Princess Tiny Feet?
She's gonna attack the one that she webbed.
Cool. Make me an attack roll, please. 14 against the smaller bouncers is enough to hit him because he is entangled. So she succeeds on her bite, and the dog hisses, jumps forward, and bites down onto the other half-orc bouncer, dealing 5 points of piercing damage against him as well. Up next is Thorn. What would you like to do, Thorn?
Enraging is a free action, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So I would like to enrage. I would like to pick up the person that is closest to me, and am I able to throw him at the crossbowman who shot at me?
The range on that is going to be far beyond what you would be able to throw him at, because you're talking close, because they're 30 feet up in the air. In addition, and you're only about at this double height. You're at about 10 feet tall, so they're three times the height of you.
Fair enough.
So yeah.
Okay. So I will go ahead and can I pick him up and charge him against the wall?
Yeah, absolutely. Make me a bull rush attack, please. So what that is just use your base attack bonus.
I'm clicking, but it's not doing anything.
Cool. Let me take a quick peek here. See what's going on. Taco John.
I love that you just referenced Taco John's. Like, nobody in Arizona knows what that shit is, but that's dope.
Oh, funny. Click melee instead. Oh, and real quick here, let's put your buffs on for being large size and that. So that will add 3 to that. That will be more than enough for you to properly bull rush him. I just need to look up the rules for bull rush. Bull rush, here it is. All right. So with your bull rush attack, you strongly overpower his strength and slam him into the corner, following through. With that additional hit that you are able to do, I'm going to let you deal an additional 1d6 plus your strength bonus as you slam him into the wall, in addition to moving him. So 1d6 plus strength and a half. So let me just pull up your character sheet. So 7. So 14 points of damage as Thorn just charges at the guy, lifting him up and slamming him into the wall. You can see bits of brick and mortar falling to the ground as he deals 14 points of damage against the guy, cornering him, and just throws him to the ground, howling in absolute fury and rage. Up next is Alatar. What would you like to do, Alatar?
All right, so hey, if I drop a flaming spear on top of like one of those dudes that I already previously webbed, the web being as interconnected as it is, would it be likely that the fire damage would set the whole web off?
That is correct. So when you cast fire spells on a web, it burns the entire web and then deals fire damage to it. So any creatures within the web take 2d4 points of fire damage when fire spells are cast on a web spell.
All right, so because I want to drop a flaming sphere like right on top of the dude on like say the right,
Yeah.
and then I guess hopefully get some of the damage from that on that dude plus the web and then the fire web damage on the other guy.
Fantastic. So first, we will pull up the flaming sphere here. So the fiery orb, Alatar makes his arcane gestures, or how about you describe it while I'm putting all of the bits and pieces fixed here.
Yeah, arcane gestures, magic words, you know the deal. Dropping balls of fire on dudes that we want to kill, and that's how we do it.
Fantastic. All right, he gets to make his reflex save against the flaming sphere. Luckily, these guys are the reflexy ones. So he dodges out of the flaming sphere itself, not taking damage from that. However, that puts him directly in line for the fire damage, and neither of them are able to escape that. So they each take 5 points of fire damage, as the entire web that you set around them to begin with bursts into flames.
We might actually survive
they
this.
They howl out from the damage, but seem to, regain their composure rather quickly. And the flaming sphere is still on his space, but he didn't happen to hit him with it. He dodged a little bit out of the way. All right, up next is Taz. Both of the half-orcs in front of you seem to be completely blinded and dazed. You would be able to get full sneak attack damage on them if you happen to attack them, because neither of them have their dexterity bonus currently. What would you like to do?
Let's go stab them.
All right, cool. Move your character.
I would like to stab them.
Mm-hmm. And make me an attack roll. Fantastic. And 23 is more than enough to hit. 4 points of damage. And then, is this the one that you have the elemental shard wrapped around?
I honestly don't remember what elemental shard I picked or what I wrapped it around. I'm pretty sure I wrapped it around death, which is what I stabbed him with, but I literally cannot remember what I picked for my element.
Sure, we can choose that. Now is a perfect.
She chose. I think you chose fire. Was the one that you went with.
That's kind of what I thought too. I think I picked fire and I put it on death. That would make sense. I'm gonna actually write it down now.
Cool. What I'll do is I'll put it on Mr. Death as well. So, because I can do that in the sheet itself. So aim.
What's going on, chat? How you guys doing? You having fun watching?
She sings.
This is
out.
ridiculous.
4 fire. Fantastic.
While we're on that train, before I forget, I need to add my wrap of ice damage to my my staff.
Yep. Do you want me to do that for you?
If you would be so kind, I would appreciate that.
Yep. Okay. D4 ice, and then if you just happen to hit it with the quarterstaff itself. D4. Well, just to make sure I did that right, I'm going to roll the staff. Oh. That's weird. I'll have to check that later. Oh, that would have been a fantastic hit if you had done that. All of that goes through. So, Taz, would you roll me 2d6 sneak attack damage and 2d4 fire damage as well as you stab him? Fantastic. So 12 points of fiery stabby damage against the bottom or the top one?
The one I'm right next to, the bottom one. I think that's the one I already hit in the first place.
That is correct. So that is 12 more points, 14 points of damage. As you stab into him, he flails around trying to get you away, but he clearly cannot see you and seems completely incapacitated by the dazzling drug-induced stupor that Woogie put him in. Speaking of which, Woogie, what would you like to do? It is your action.
Okay, so if I wrapped my lightning damage thing around a dagger,
Yep.
and then use Mage Hand to like range attack my dagger.
So Mage Hand specifically, I believe, allows you to only cast touch spells at range, or it changes where the location of where your touch spells are put together from. I don't believe it allows you to wield weapons. Let me look it up real quick, though.
It just says that I can lift an object at will from a distance, so...
Does it say that it moves slowly? Because I know in 2E you can't attack with Mage Hand, but you can like move stuff or carry things that are a bulk of one or less.
Yeah, so the cantrip Mage Hand wouldn't let you do that.
Darn it.
Yeah, it also can't be used on magical items, and as soon as you put the wrap on it, it would become magical.
That would have been fun.
It would have been fun.
Okay.
There are spells which allow you to do that, but that is not one of them.
I guess I'm just gonna run up and try to stab him with my dagger. Why not?
Cool.
Let's get wild.
Sure, you can run up, stab him with your dagger. You also have Flaming Sphere yourself, correct?
I haven't. Yeah, I have it. I haven't casted it yet.
Cool. I just
Seems
wanted
like
to make sure.
overkill sometimes.
It's a pretty good spell. Speaking of which, this lasts 6 rounds. So I just.
I haven't. Ah, fuck. I haven't attached the lightning stuff to it yet.
It's okay. We'll have you roll the extra damage. However, a 1 is a 1 is a 1.
Yeah.
So they're flailing around, and you're just trying to get in and stab them at it, and they go forward, and with the natural 1, he accidentally knocks the dagger out of your hand, and it slips out of your hand as you critically failed on it. And the dagger goes flying to the ground instead.
Womp womp.
Bum, 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 why are you not doing what I want you to do? So I'm just trying to pull up something for that flaming sphere so I can write it down. Alatar, would you just keep track of how many rounds the flaming sphere is lasting, because Roll20 is being stupid right now. Fantastic. All right, it is the baddie's turn. The baddest, badder than the baddies, smarter than the smarties. The 2 half-orcs directly in front of you suddenly are able to see. However, they are stunned this round, in addition to... So they are no longer blinded, but they are still shaking their heads and able to come back to consciousness here. So, next round, they will be able to start attacking again. But this round, they do not have their action. The one which is in the corner fighting Princess Tiny Feet will take his club again at the disadvantage of -2 and try and smack the pup again.
That's a hit.
All right. And it will deal 8 points of damage as it clobbers into Princess Tiny Feet again. she hisses ferociously, and Spittle is right there. She is locked in deadly combat with the half-orc. The one in the corner is going to take his club and try and bash on Thorn's arm, as he is literally cornered, and he doesn't have anything else that he could possibly do. So, they are rolling exceptionally well. Let me just make sure that I don't have... One sec. You know what? They have been rolling too high. They have been... It is the same mistake that I gave Thorn originally. So 1 second. 20 still hits Princess Tiny Feet.
She's got 23 for AC.
So then remove that last hit of 8 points of damage as it
Copy.
bounces off of her armor. However, the 20 that the other one had, I believe, does hit Thorn. So Thorn take 12 points. Oh, go ahead.
20 still hits.
So take 12 points of damage. My apologies for the miss rolls on those. I was wondering why they were rolling so incredibly high. But that is now fixed. So that will no longer be an issue. And that is the close-up guys. The two ranged people, the one that has the flaming sphere cast on him is going to take another pot shot against the wizard, because that seems to be a very dangerous thing not to let go. Is a 16 enough to hit you?
Yeah, AC is 16.
Fantastic. So just barely you try and matrix out of the way, but you're just not quite fast enough. You feel that if you had just a little better magical armor, it would have deflected off of you. As you take a arrow to your other shoulder this time, much deeper in, taking 5 points of piercing damage. The other, and you need to make a concentration check. DC is 16. To keep concentration on your flaming sphere. And concentration is on the spellcasting page in Roll20. Oh, did we lose him?
Wait, hold on. Are you waiting for me to do something?
Yep.
Yes, I need you. Yep, we need you to make a concentration check to keep the flaming
Oh.
sphere up. Yep,
I thought you were saying they needed to make one. Hold on, let me get this.
Yep. So it is on the spell page. Or the spell tab. Nope.
Alright, hold on. My fucking conditions box is popping up. There we
you go.
Hold on.
I fixed that for you. Nope. What was that? Interesting.
Yeah, every time I click spells, it just pops this goddamn box up.
Here. Bam. I moved you over. And then on the left side, there's the one that is concentration. All right. And a 14 is enough for you to be able to hold on to the spell. So he blasts you with the crossbow bolt, and you can feel the spell starting to simmer away, and you barely keep it a hold, the flaming sphere there. The other three will take shots at Thorn, who is a giant, scary, menacing mass of terrifyingness. And so 3 crossbow bolts go flying towards Thorn. Two of them will fly wide of the target, but the third one purchases home and stabs Thorn in his calf, dealing 7 points of piercing damage against him. Also, Thorn, remember you regenerate 1 hit point every round. And that is the bad guy's turn. Up next is Snagshmi.
All right, I'm going to move forward so I'm closer to this guy, and then I am going to try and bite him.
All right, make me an attack roll. He has -2 to his AC. You hit him. You confirm the crit. Wow. 17, 25 points of damage. As enraged, Snagshmi comes running up to the entangled half-orc and just jumps up onto him for hurting Princess Tiny Feet and wraps his mouth around the jugular of the half-orc and just cleanly rips it right out. And the guy makes a gurgling sound, surprised that a halfling would do that, and collapses from the massive amount of damage. 25 points of damage, including the 5 that was dealt before, is enough to make him hit his hit points. So he's not dead, but he is unable to act. His eyes are open, and he is struggling, holding on to his throat.
All right, Princess Tiny Feet is then going to go in for the kill and try to attack him also.
Yep, I will give her a free coup de grace on that.
Okay.
Because he is at 0. He is at his hit point level right now, and so Princess Tiny Feet pounces down, and you hear a gurgling sound instead of screaming as the guy thrashes on the ground as Princess Tiny Feet continues to eat and devour his face.
Woo! Exciting!
Yeah, that was a fantastic roll of damage. That was terrifying.
That was cool.
Thorn, speaking of terrifying amounts of damage, it is your action. What would you like to do?
I'm going to take the individual who is cornered and had recently clubbed me, and I'll say, "That is not a club." And I'll pull out my mace. "This is a club." And I will bring it down upon his dome.
All right. Make me an attack roll. All right. As you take the club and you bludgeon on him 2 times, because you have a high enough base attack bonus, you can make 2 attacks in a round. And both of them hit, because he's not wearing any particular armor. He's one of the lower mutes. And the first one, you club him in the head, and you bash his head into the wall, and he stumbles back, and his face is half bashed in. And the second one, you just hit him going the other direction, and you hear a sickening crunch and a pop sound, and you watch his head just come completely off of his body. As you just bludgeon him
Goddamn,
into
Thorn is a fucking
oblivion
monster.
between your 2 strikes. There is nothing salvageable about him, and you just end his life quickly from the sheer force of power. I am going to have the rest of the people up high take a reaction roll to that. Most of them are pretty good. All right. I know what is going to be happening next. All right. Alatar, it is your action. What would you like to do?
By the way, have these other 2 dudes down here done anything? They're like above me, but below me on the map.
Yes, they just took pot shots at Thorn.
All right.
Neither of them hit. The 2 who are up high seem to be better shots.
All right. Well, so I'm gonna take my ball of fire here. I kind of want to like move it behind this guy, like between the rest of the room and the edge of the cliff, and kind of, like jab it at him in a way that maybe hopefully will force him to decide between getting burnt or taking a 60-foot dive.
Okay. So you're going to try and force him this direction. He's going to get his reflex save. DC is 16. These guys up on the roof are pretty nimble. Because they are the rogues. Yeah, you swing it back and move it forward, and he just kind of sidesteps out of the way, and the ball passes and lands right next to him. Or he sidesteps out of the way and is not able to be set on fire by that. He's just a little too quick to be able to be caught by that.
That fucker.
Yeah. Hitting rogues is rough, but that was just your movement. You can do a full round action as well if you wish.
No, that only counts movement. Excellent. All right.
Yep. Moving it around takes a movement action. So you could technically have two of them moving around simultaneously, or you could just cast another spell like Magic Missile or something like that. Hand of the Apprentice.
Yeah, I'm trying because those dudes are like basically like 100 feet from me, something like that. 80 feet, I think.
Yeah, they're 60 feet up, and I think that's 60 feet away. So, we'll probably say just a simple hundo. Yeah. 20. Yeah, we'll just do it at 100. About 100.
All right. Shit. Let me see what I got for that kind of range.
Mm-hmm. The ones that are closer to you are only about 50 feet. A little less. They would be within the EM range.
You said what those dudes? How far are they to me? The ones that are
The ones
close
below you are about 50 feet.
50 feet. All right. That still puts them out of my hand at the apprentice range. I think I'm gonna have to take a magic missile shot. None of these guys have any particular disadvantage based on like angle or anything. They've all got basically the same.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna shoot a magic missile at the dude to the left of the guy that I tried to fireball.
Sure.
Or however many magic missiles I get for that.
Cool. You get 3 of them. So 5 for the first one. Roll me 2 more D4s. 2d4 plus 1. 2d4 plus 2. 5, 10, 12 points of damage. So you make the arcane gestures, and he recognizes it again. And so this time he ducks down underneath, and the missiles of force and light go flying directly towards him. He ducks out of the way. They pass right behind him. All 3 of them turn around into space and blast him in the back of the head, dealing 12 points of damage against him, which is 17 total against. Alrighty. And that is his action. Taz, it is currently your turn. The 2 bouncer guys in front of you seem to be up and able and very upset.
Is one of them still on fire? Is one of them still on fire? The one that I stabbed with the fiery blade, is he still on fire or hurting, or was that just fire damage?
Oh,
Bueller?
looks like Will's phone died. He said in chat.
Ah, poop. I want to set him on fire.
Where did I put that? I'm guessing you guys can't hear me right now.
I can
No,
hear
we
you
can hear you.
now.
Oh, okay. Cool. Sorry about that. My phone just suddenly died.
Sorry
don't
about
know
that,
why,
guys. We're
'cause I
trying to
had
fix
plenty
some
of
stuff
battery
on a
left,
different
And
stream.
it just turned itself back on. That's weird. All right. Anyways, you guys can hear me though, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
So,
I can hear you.
as I was saying, Taz, the two of them are now up and awake and are able to attack this next round. What would you like to do?
Is one of them on fire or was it just fire damage?
It was just fire damage.
Cool. I'm gonna stab him again.
Fantastic. You will stab him again. And a one is a one is a one. So as you go forward and go forward to stab him, he just kind of takes his hand and knocks your hand out of the way. And you just weren't expecting him to be quite so aware. And Mr. Death comes tumbling out of your hand and lands on the ground next to you. It will take an action to pick it back up. Woogie, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna drop a fireball on this person's ass.
Cool. Now, just as a little bit of information, you'll want to take a 5-foot step back before casting. Otherwise, he's going to be able to, they'll each get a free attack on you. Yep. Fantastic. So, you make the arcane gestures that the wizard did earlier, and blasting from her hand comes a sphere of fire as well. Top one or bottom one?
Stop.
Top one. All right. Boom. And the sphere of fire lands on top of him, and he needs to make a reflex save.
Uh-oh.
Quite as good.
Shit's going down.
DC for yours is higher as well. However, he seems to sidestep out of the flaming sphere as well. Awake, aware, and now really.
It just hurts, man. It just hurts.
And that is that action. Up next, speaking of which, are the two half orcs. So the one will take a step closer and say, "Oh, none of that, you little pipsqueak. Time to show you what's what," and bash you over the top of your head with his club. Boom. I believe a 19 is enough to hit.
Yes.
Cool. Take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as he hits you over the head with his billy club, and you need to make a concentration check. Otherwise, the spell will dissipate.
Where is concentration?
On the spell tab, on the left-hand side, near the top, there's a little button that says concentration. 18 is enough to keep concentration. So he hits you over the top of the head, and you go a little cross-eyed as that happens, but you are able to keep control of the spell. The other one is going to take his billy club and bash on Taz.
Well, that's not good. That sucks.
Asshole.
And swing wildly with his club, and not nearly as effective as his partner in crime. He goes to bash at you, but you just kind of dodge out of the way. He seems amateurish compared to the people in the city that you fought before. Up on the second story work, this guy over here recognizes a bad situation when he sees one, and he is going to run away, basically.
Nice.
Between seeing everybody get murdered and that he is just gonna book it. It's not worth dying over. The other people, this one over here who is dealing with the wizard, is going to take his crossbow and blast at the wizard again. I
don't think a 12 is enough to hit you.
Nope.
Cool. So this time, even though he's been dodging out of the way of the fire, it's distracting him, and he shoots, and it goes a little bit warm. The other two crossbowmen are going to try desperately to take out this giant monster that the party has brought to this fight. One of them will take a hit, and it'll barely graze into your skin. Your thick natural hide from being underground for years reduces most of the damage, and you take 1 point of damage. And that is the bad guys' turns. Up next is Schnagshmi.
All right, I'm gonna actually run up to here because it's within my 35 feet. With
Yep.
And can I have set while I'm running? Can I send Princess Tiny Feet up here to start climbing up the wall, like just point?
Absolutely.
Okay. While I move up to this guy, I'm going to call out to him like, Raz, we don't have to fight. I think it'd be better if we were allies in this situation. You've already lost 2 of your bodyguards. This isn't going to end well for you. And wouldn't you rather make more money than just follow this to its end where you guys are buried in the ground?
Cool. Make me a diplomacy check. You're going to be at a -4 because you're.
Oh my god, the first time I actually rolled, not terrible. Even if it's not high enough, I'm happy with that. Because that was a 20 -2.
Make me another diplomacy check.
But it would have been a natural 20. God damn it.
No, it is a natural 20. No, the natural 20 absolutely counts.
Okay, cool.
I'm seeing because you guys are in combat, and so that.
Oh,
gives you
that
a
totally
plus
makes
check.
sense, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to see what the second one, how it kind of moves forward.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely more accurate with how Snagsme presents himself in every situation. That low roll.
Let me decide. See what they're. All right. If you call off your monster, yeah, because he sees the 2 horrifically murdered people. Call off your monster, and we'll call off our people as well, and we'll all just walk away. More blood doesn't need to be shed if it doesn't have to.
I'll call them off. If you call yours off, I would still like to have a conversation with you, though. Walking away doesn't seem like the best option. I have the sneaking suspicion we both want to stab each other in the back right now. So if we could be partners instead, that might be a better idea.
Yeah, and then that's what the second charisma check is. So he's like, we can talk like civilized people all together.
I'm gonna yell
More
at
blood
Thorn.
doesn't need to be shed.
Thorn, can you be less scary? Can you say something nice so they're not so scared of you murdering all their friends, which you'll probably continue to do? You're really good at murdering, Thorn.
I'm actually here on behalf of Lord Gaylord to broker peace.
Shaxby
Cool.
starts laughing.
Alright.
This is beautiful. Thorn is the best of us.
Alatar, the goblin seems to have begun to broker peace with these people. What would you like to do? You have your flaming sphere up top.
I don't know. I guess I'll just if I can kind of menace the gentleman up there who's also surrounded by this fighter, kind of just like jiggle it at him.
Sure.
And
Yeah, it'll
say,
be fun.
You stay right where you are. I don't like the look of you. You got shifty eyes.
Oh, says the wizard who can't. Says the wizard who can't hit the broadside of a barn with his magic spells. Oh, hell with her.
Lucky for me, there are no barns here.
Well, and Princess Tiny Feet is currently scaling the wall. She's almost all the way up.
Yeah, I just want her to guard when she gets up there. That's
Yeah,
totally
she's up
fine.
there. Well, all right. Taz, what would you like to do?
I have to pick up my dagger.
Yeah. Now, if you pick up your dagger, if he will get a chance to make an attack of opportunity if he's still in combat with, if he's still being aggressive.
I'm also going to just luckify myself as I can I can I do something sexy? I want to hit myself with some luck, and then I want to do kind of a dive roll out of the way and pick up my dagger along the way because I'm acrobatics
Absolutely.
slips.
I will let you. I will let you use your bit of luck on your acrobatics roll to be able to dive down and pick that up. 1,000%. Make me an acrobatics roll. And roll the second. You might get even better. Cool.
No, I didn't. I didn't do better.
So 20 through 2. So in a display of greats and acrobatics, you dive down, bounce off the table there, slide back, grab the dagger, and stand up as he just stands there watching you in kind of a menacing fashion, but he does not proceed to attack.
And she's gonna do that little gymnastics thing where you put your arms up and you like go from side to side and put your arms down and then wait for your judges to score you.
Cool, make me a performance check as well. I'll let you use bit of luck on it as well. Cool. You hear Wookiee in the back give you a little pause.
The Russian judge did not enjoy that performance and did not give a good score.
Yeah, he kind of gives a grunt. I mean, it was impressive. It was an impressive role, but he seems a little taken aback in an uneasy truce. All right, Wookiee, it's your action. What would you like to do?
I am going to back the fuck up slowly, but also I'm going to position my orb like menacingly above Raz's head.
Cool. Let me check and see if it can float that high. Yeah, it stays on the ground. It can jump 30 feet, but it doesn't float in the air.
Aww. Well, then it's still gonna stay by them.
Okay, cool. So you keep the flaming sphere in a menacing way. It's their turn. They're kind of having the uneasy truce, and they're like, "All right, have the spellcasters drop their spells. We'll be all at an easy accord and talk this through like normal people. Get the big guy back down. I'm certain there doesn't need to be any more dead people here. They're perfectly reasonable."
Thorn de-enrages and just kind of sits down next to the headless corpse.
Cool. You are deraged. You are currently have one level of exhaustion because you came out of the rage. Let me remove these, and you are fatigued. So you will be fatigued for 4 rounds. Okay. Alatar, or up next is Alatar, Wookiee. Do you guys drop your spells?
I'm gonna move my back like 15 feet. I don't want to drop it just yet.
Okay. Woogie?
I guess Shags me.
I'm gonna look at her. I'm like, I would just move it out of the way. Don't get rid of it yet. And I'll scoot up to talk to him.
Yeah.
Out of the way of the fireball.
Scooted a little bit behind us.
Okay. No. Here, let me try to go by. All right, you can move the fireball now.
I'd like to, while I go up to talk to him, I'd like to take the amulet off so I look like a goblin again.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I'm gonna look at Raz.
Cool.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no.
Listen. There are people with much more power than either of us, and more money than either of us, trying to ensure that both the orcs and the goblins and everybody else that lives in the wasteland is able to not only survive and thrive. I realize the nooks and all of their, what's the word I'm looking for? Narcissistic hubbubaloo, because I don't know what else to say. They are giving money away to try to capture us and bring us in. If you continue on this venture, you may not die, but your people here will die. And then when I go back and talk to Gaylord, he'll make sure he never does business with you again. And my little half-orc friend back there, the tallest of goblins, will probably then do everything that she can to make business difficult for you too. I would prefer that you and I find a way to make you more money, help Gaylord position the things that he wants, and then also make a way for me to move some goods through you.
Cool. Make me a diplomacy check. I'm going to give you a +4 because it seems very reasonable.
Oh my god, thank God.
Snagshme, the charismatic goblin with the natural 20s. He goes, never had dealings with goblin who knows his way up and down upon those fuckers in the city like you. And you seem to have a crew that knows the ins and the outs of the things. I'd rather personally spit on the nooks than take the job of money was money, you understand?
I do, but I think you just said the perfect thing. We have a phrase we like to say, which is, fuck Tom Nook. How do you feel about Tom Nook?
Fuck Tom Nook.
I start clapping my hands. I am obviously pleased. Good. We can actually make an arrangement now. I'm going to call out to the rest of the group. I think we can put down the spells and the weapons. I'm going to look at him. I would recommend you lay your weapons on the ground or tell your archers to back off at the least.
All right. Gents, it seems like we're gonna come to an accord with these folks, anyways. You understand the importance of power. So if you have half a brain amongst those dead cells that you call a brain, you're gonna put down your weapons right now. You hear? And the rest of his peeps will set down their weapons.
Perfect.
All right, we are officially out of combat. Anybody that wants to do things, now's your chance.
This could have been avoided.
Yeah, I actually agree with him. Yeah, that.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna look at Raz and talk to him. So I understand that you're the one moving things into the city and then out here in the black market as well. We have another town that we're moving a lot of spices and weapons through, and I think it'd be good to find a way to move things into this town as well. We could have deliveries possibly sent to you. You'll take a higher portion of the cut. We'll take about 20% off of what you sell. And I will make sure to put in a good word with Lord Gaylord to see if he can find a way to better outfit all of your henchmen and all of your workers so that you can protect our interests, so that the next time a few lonely travelers walk upon you, you aren't immediately ambushed and almost killed by them. And Saxby is being completely sincere when he says that.
My deepest apologies to your fine guard here. He seemed like a good man. I didn't want to decapitate him.
He'll take a terrified look at you, Thorn. And, of course, I'm certain he appreciates the sentiment. No bad blood amongst us now, though, right?
May I make an offering? Because again, I abhor violence. As much as you have seen this evening, it pains me to be this way. Might I bury this gentleman in accordance with the rights of the mole people.
Of course, I'm certain it's better than he'd get down here in the shanty. He'd probably just be tossed into the river for the fishes to be eaten. If you want to take care of the rights for that, I see no harm in it.
He's gonna fucking eat him.
And with that, Thorn takes what's left of the man's head, holds it over his own mouth, so the blood is dripping into his mouth, and say, "Thank you. He will receive the most proper rights, as is the want of the mole people. He is seen as nutritious and good for the clan. He will be buried in accordance with our rites and rituals."
All right. He'll look kind of terrified at the entire prospect, but understands that what you were talking was, making sense to you and your people, and he'll give a nod. And his name was Casper. Remember to pour out a drink for him as well.
Casper, yes, who has now become a very friendly apparition.
Gain another 10 experience points because I didn't even think about that when I suddenly made up a name there. They'll look back to you, Schnegsby, and say, "Well, that sounds like a right mighty fine deal. I mean, we're more gatherers and procurers of odds and ends out in the way. But if you need goods moved inside of the city, in the underground area, we'll be more than happy to assist you in those ways."
I'm gonna ask him, do you have a runner or anyone that can accept letters or pass information on into the city? I think intern is the word normally used by nobles.
Yeah, we can send one of our guys out for that.
Send him to the hotel that we're staying at tomorrow evening. We'll have a better idea of what we can do for business then.
Where are you staying?
I'm gonna look at everybody else. What's the name of the stupid gnome hotel? Does anybody else know?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that it's not the stupid gnome hotel, though.
It was the
I genuinely have forgotten. My apologies.
Nobody remembers it. It was called the In and Out. The Inn.
The In and Out. We're over. God keeps speaking in the back of my head, and I feel like it's called the In and Out. Their burgers are subpar.
Oh.
Their fries are worse.
They're wild animals, though.
I remember having a good time.
The cleric, it's ran by cleric dwarves who put scripture on the bottom of their
Jesus
meals.
Christ.
Indeed.
Huzzah.
Huzzah! Cool. Well, I feel like our business here is now adjourned. I figure if you need, you'll be taking his cargo to the location.
We'll take care of it. On another note, do you know an easier way to get into the city where the guards won't notice us?
If we knew an easier way to get into the city, he'd probably just pay us to do that himself.
That's a good point. Well, thank you for your business. Again, sorry about the bodies. And I'll be speaking with you again soon. And I'm going to just walk towards our stuff to leave and call Princess Tiny Feet down to follow. After I put the amulet back on, so I look like a halfling. There we go. So many actions.
Cool. Anybody else would like to do things while Schnegsby is diplomatizing with the half-orc?
Thorn is taking the headless body and throwing it over his shoulder.
Okay, cool.
As we're leaving, Woogie's gonna look at the orcs and be like, "Remember when I told you we were gonna fuck your shit up? Why does nobody listen to me?"
Avatar is going to disappointedly shake his head at this entire ordeal.
And Thorn will echo that and just genuinely, you should have listened.
Well, we know what's what now. We'll be smarter along the ways. And with that, you guys leave the black market area. As you or the back alleyway, you are back into the general black market area. Thorn, you are given quite a few odd looks by the patrons of the bazaar as you are carrying a headless body back with you, blood dripping down. But nobody seems to, feel like asking you any particulars about what business you have been up to.
Um, seeing as to he is like his headlessness is kind of behind me, and I'm carrying his legs.
Yep.
Do they even really see that he is headless?
Well, once you walk past them and there's blood dripping down the back of your back, and kind of the river from him being headless, they're able to pick up on it pretty quickly.
I will very awkwardly just kind of turn around and say, too much to drink. This one, bringing him home.
Nobody will make any comment about that whatsoever. They will be more than happy to just what they don't mention did not happen. Seems to be the motto back here. Cool. You guys continue through the bazaar. There are many odds and ends and trinkets, people peddling wares, claiming magic items, um, you know, maps and, arousal kits. There are several people of the night of all manner of races and genders, offering services of all manner of things back along this way. You walk past what seems to be a bit of a menagerie with a halfling, or a halfling up at the front, claiming to have exotic creatures from across the way. Does anybody want to stop and peruse the wares while you are here?
I would like to, any of the workers of the night that we're passing.
Yeah.
I would like to hire 3 or 4 of them, actually, just to follow us.
All right.
I want to talk to them. I'm going to be trying to use them to make a distraction when we try to bring everything into the city.
Cool. All right, honey. Make me a diplomacy check. Make me 3 total, one for each of them. All right. So it will run you about 10 gold pieces for the 3 ladies of the night.
Yeah, totally. That works.
All right.
Woogie's gonna be like, Snagsme, you're married.
Not for me. For guards. It'll make sense soon. I promise.
Thorn is still on the hunt for gems to encrust his mace.
Oh, absolutely. There are places that are peddling all manner of gemstones. Now, you do have gems of your own from the chest if you want that you picked up.
So I think I will find a part-time jeweler in this area who is simply able to take the gems that I have and encrust them upon my mace.
All right, cool. You'll be able to do that. A pair of gems are encrusted into the skull of the beast that your mace is fashioned off of.
And I specifically want, just for the sheer reference, the eye sockets and the teeth in the skull on my mace to be encrusted.
Fantastic. So 1, 2, all of the teeth, or
maybe not all the teeth, maybe the incisors.
Cool. All right. So mark 6 of your gemstones off of your list, and he'll charge you a gold piece to do the work.
Thank you, good sir. Might I inquire where I might find a local cemetery or a place of respectful burial for this gentleman?
Of course. You just head straight down that direction, and you'll find the cemetery right in front of you.
Thank you so much for your work. You're a fantastic craftsman, and I appreciate your advice.
All right, cool. You head down that direction. It leads directly to the river.
Oh, he meant to sleep with the fishes.
It is the way.
And Thorn will. Is there any like soft? Is this like a riverbank, ? Is this like
So most of the part of the town that you are in right now is part of right next to the riverbank that runs through the city. Here, let me pull up the main map for you so you can see what it looks like.
Well, I just didn't know if it was like stonework or brickwork that was
Yeah.
part of like a bridge, or if it was like an actual riverbank.
Yeah, it's an actual riverbank.
Okay, so Thorn is going to dig a shallow hole, but a hole nonetheless, enough to deposit this poor gentleman.
Cool. All right. Thorn takes about 15 minutes to, with his massive size, just dig into the earth. This is much easier earth to dig into than you normally do, and you deposit the headless body into the hole. You are still covered with, the gore from your combat with him, and now dirt as well. But he seems to be properly laid to rest based off of the ways of the people.
And I will implore Taz, my new goddess of life and death, to just simply say a quick word.
He died well.
Moving, touching. I am without word. Thank you so much for that very touching eulogy. Let us move on with tonight's adventures.
Fantastic. So Oz, your character is still quite a bloody mess. So,
While I'm at the riverbank, can I wash off in the river?
absolutely, I will let you wash off in the river as well. I just wanted to know if your character cared at all before trying to head through the customs.
Typically he wouldn't, but seeing as to he's trying to impress the townsfolk and again not scare the living daylights out of them, he recognizes that this is something that they would be offended by, so he's going to wash off the dirt and gore.
All right, fantastic. Taz and Woogie, do you guys have anything that you would like to do? Byron, as well. Would any of you like to do anything real quick while you happen to be in the city? Shnekshmi is going out to pick up 3 ladies of the night. It took him a little bit of time to do that. Thorn went forward and buried the body. You guys each get to have some time in the black market if you want.
I want to head into the place selling exotic pets. I want to see if I can get some snacky treats for Carl and Lord Thunder.
Ah, yes. Hello. Quite interesting. Lovely to meet you. Not very often that we get wizards from the tower up here, but good. What can we interest you in this fine evening? We have all manner of interesting creatures. And he'll show through. Let me take a quick peek. What do I have here written down? You take a peek at what he has behind the in the cages, and he has 3 animals which have tufts of fur kind of coming out of the neck, and beaks with large paws. But they're only about 3 feet 3 feet long. There seems to be little creatures flittering around that you recognize as tooth fairies inside of cages there, as well as large, large wolves and what seems to be small cats of some form, as well as an entire thing of snakes there.
Oh, snakes. Always the snakes.
Yes, the earth slitherers.
The
Yes,
worms of
indeed.
Earth.
An interesting collection you have here, my good man. Myself, looking to procure provisions, as it were, for the maintenance of,
Spit it out. What good is all
of my friends here. I have a friend who prefers banana-flavored objects. If you might have any food in stock that fits that nature, and another who prefers well, anything meat-flavored. Can you perhaps help a fellow pet connoisseur out?
I think I might be able to scrounge something up, and he'll dig through, and he'll pull out a thing of a bushel of what seems to be a little bit almost overripe bananas, but they're pretty good.
Now, are these bananas actually? Are these banana flavored though? That is the most important part. I do need to make sure that they are banana flavored.
To my knowledge, I guess. If you want to try one, you can try one.
Well, no, I'm not.
Why would a banana not be banana flavored? Of course, it's a banana. It's flavored as it's flavored.
You'd be surprised, sir. You would be surprised.
Even if it didn't taste like banana, it would be banana flavored since it's a banana.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. I suppose my friend will have to make do himself. And at this point, I'm realizing that Carl's probably going to be pissed that I referred to him as a pet. He's just going to have to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I'll take some of those bananas, and I'm going to need something a little more meat-like. The rarer the better.
Well, if you want it fresh, we can arrange for something. I'm certain that there's good horse around.
Do you have something perhaps that will travel? Jerky of some sort, something smoked. That would be preferable. If that could be arranged.
Do I look like I am a general store? I guess I can sell you some jerky if you want, but if you're not here to buy some of my items, then you can be off.
Well, I assume you sell these creatures. Do you not sell the necessary components with which to keep them? What kind of business do you run here, sir?
An animal selling business. I sell the animals.
What if somebody wants to buy an animal and then wants to be able to feed said animal? Do you not also provide them the means in which to do this? That seems like a grave misstep as a business owner to not capitalize on such an opportunity to carry extra additional stock that your existing customers most certainly will be in need of, sir.
Oh, so now you are telling me how I should be running my business now, huh? Oh, Mr. Big and Fancy Wizard from the tower coming down upon
Zoidberg. Jesus
apparently.
Christ.
Telling us how to run our business now, huh? I sell animals, and that's what I sell. If you want to have your fancy wizard ways, how about you just conjure food for your animals? I don't care how you feed them afterwards.
This is so good.
He's really gotten upset.
Look, sir, I believe we have gotten off on a wrong foot here. I will take the bananas that you clearly have in stock, and you said you did have jerky with which you could sell me. So perhaps you'd like to make a little coin, and we can leave it at that.
I think that sounds fantastic. 5 silver for the entire amount.
Whoa.
Let's call it 6. And I'll take an extra banana.
Okay. Done. He'll be very confused and give you one. He'll dig around and grab an extra banana and give it to you. and he will take your 6 silver. Oop. Cool. Ember, would you like to do anything?
Nah, she good. She check in with her peeps in the morning. She wasn't
Cool.
planning on murder hoboing it, so you know.
Tilly?
I would like to see if I can find anybody selling like weird and interesting potions.
Absolutely. So you go around, and there seems to be a gentleman with, shifty-looking hands and, big spectacles on and looking around. Ah, yes, hello, hello. How may I help you today? We have potions and all manner of liquid items if you are so interested in it. Oh, I have this one here and this pretty one there. What are you looking for? I can tell that you are a connoisseur.
Which ones do weird shit?
Oh, all of them do weird shit. Let me take a look here. This one, if you happen to be poisoned by something or some way, it will prevent the poison from affecting you for quite some time until you can get some proper help. So just in case if snagged this from the forgery, of course, but hush hush, as it was, want to make sure that the stuff stays good. Let's see here.
I mean, that's just an antidote. That's not weird.
What? No, that's not it's not an antidote. It doesn't actually cure the poison. It just delays the poison. Let's see here. This one here is used in case of dangerous situations. You pour this on you, and it prevents harm befalling you. And this one here does the same thing. Yes. Let's see here. This one. If you drink it, you die. Very interesting effect. 2 seconds. Let's see here. These ones here, if you drink it, it will keep you up all night and in through the day and probably into the next night. This one here.
Cocaine!
Huh?
Cocaine!
Oh, yeah. Well, no, this is a liquid. I mean, if you want some of that, I'd be more than happy to.
So liquid cocaine.
She's gonna take an interest in obviously the one that keeps you up all night. She's like, "Oh, do you make these?"
Yes. Oh, yes, quite.
How do you make this one?
Make me a charisma check or a diplomacy. Oh, well, trade secrets and all, but, I'm certain that you would be more than capable to get the recipe to it from the gnomish forgery. It is a controlled substance after all, but I'm certain that, under the right circumstances, you would be more than able to, make use of it and make some of it yourself.
Fair enough. I'll take one of those and the protection-y one.
Cool. He has 2 of the different protection-y ones. He has, he also sells potions of healing, love potions, things to make hair grow, for other odd things.
I'll take a love potion. I can do some damage with that somehow.
Which one?
A love potion.
Cool. The love potion is 25 gold pieces. He has 2 different types of potion. One of them he's charging 300 gold pieces for. One of them he's charging 50 gold pieces for.
What does the 50 gold piece one do?
This one protects you.
From?
Everything.
Thorn's ears might have perked a little bit up at the potion to make your hair grow.
Mm-hmm.
Are you here with everybody?
Yeah, I followed you into the shop. I'm kind of taking a look at stuff.
This was happening while you were digging the grave.
Oh, this is happening while I was digging in the grave? Oh,
Yep,
okay.
yeah.
Never mind, never mind.
Sorry. I wanted everybody to have one action in the black market.
Okay, I will.
Well, you see these two stack. So this one, makes you protected against, damage. But this one also does it too. But see, many wizards are able to already use this one, and he points to the 50 gold piece one, so it's less valuable. But this one's much rarer.
Yeah. I'm here for some weird stuff. I'll take the love potion and the hair growth one.
All right, 50 gold pieces.
40.
Make me a diplomacy check. All right, 40 it is.
Woo!
He'll sell you a love potion and a hair growth potion. Fantastic doing business with you. Oh, and the other one. The other items that keep you up all night cost 5 gold pieces each.
I have some other stuff in my inventory that does that now that I'm looking at it, so...
Yep, it's probably the same thing. Desert coffee?
Yeah.
Yep, yeah.
So yeah, I'll take my love potion and my hair growth potion and see what kind of fun pranks I can pull on that.
Fantastic doing business with you. Thank you, thank you. Have fun.
Yay.
And with that, the party continues on towards the gate. So you guys currently, who is carrying the two baskets, or will you be trying to acquire something to move them with?
I'm going to try to find somebody with a food cart that looks like they've sold most of their wares, so they can make some more money. So we can load the carts on that.
Cool. Does anybody wish to help Snagshmi in his process there?
I'm going to be following Snagsme only because he has the ladies of the evening with him, and I'm going to be going to be using them as guides, kind of around the city, because I'm still fatigued,
Yes.
and I might need a little bit of assistance.
Fantastic. They will be all over you, being such a strong and handsome person. What is your charisma?
My charisma? Hold on. Oh, a thing to keep in mind, now that I've washed off the blood and gore and the dirt, can I take like a free action to change back into my fancy hat and foppish outfit?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I change back into my foppish outfit, hat. I have my jeweled mace that I'm kind of using as a cane because I'm fatigued, and now I have these three ladies of the evening
It's
escorting
so
me
good.
around because I am very, very tired.
Thorn, have you just turned into a pimp?
Thor, you're welcome.
Yep.
All right.
I don't know what a pimp is. Thorn's very confused. He, like, are the ladies potentially referring to me as
Daddy?
yeah,
They'll call you whatever you want for 5 gold pieces.
there's another term. I forget what it is. God damn it! Now I'll have to look it up.
Look it up. Does anybody want to help Snagshmi in acquiring a cart?
I will.
Cool. Anybody who wants to help, make a perception check.
Alatar is way too busy feeding Carl and Lord Thunder their treats.
Carl is generally grumpy at you right now. Lord Thunder will try nom on your finger, but be happy to continue to munch on the jerky once you give it to him. Oh yeah, I'm just a pet now, huh? First I'm not a familiar, and then I can't have a familiar. Then the familiar's a special bond, and now I'm just a pet, huh? Oh.
Look, Carl, I was not going to explain the intricacies of our relationship to that man. I simply needed to purchase you some treats, which I thought you'd be happy to receive, and the cost of which being called a pet would be a price that you'd be willing to pay. What is this?
Oh, I guess you're right, man. I'm sorry. I do like the bananas.
All is forgiven.
Okay. And he'll munch on the bananas sitting on your shoulder. Schnag, let's see here. So, Schnag, Shmi, you guys are looking around, and you see kind of a beaten up, like, half cart around, so not one that is big enough to, like, need horses to draw, but something more like a wheelbarrow that you pull. So bring out your dead type cart. You know what I'm talking about?
Perfect. Perfect.
Yep.
Is there the guy that's running it? Is there anything on it? Like, what's he selling out of it, or is it just empty?
It was fish.
Perfect. 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 I'm gonna walk up to him. I'm gonna ask him, how much money you normally make selling food overnight?
Oh, what type of question is that?
It's the kind of question of somebody that wants to hire you. Ah, fine. You don't want to make money, whatever.
He'll spit in your face.
I bite him.
Ah, make an attack roll. He rolled a 1 on his reaction. 18 is absolutely enough. Actually, you jump up and bite him, and like as he spits at you, you jump up and bite his face, and the electricity shoots through his face, and he starts convulsing, and he hits the cart as you rip off his nose.
Snags me!
Is he dead?
Max out your damage.
Awesome. Is he dead?
And he's just kind of there flopping. Well, you dealt 13 points of damage to him.
Snagsby's trying to figure out if he needs to finish the job or not.
So the guy is unconscious, and he will be bleeding out if not healed or given first aid.
Perfect. I'm going to look at Thorn. Thorn, I need you to move body into alley, please. Thorn, please move body. He spit at me. It was rude. You don't spit at Chaos Gods. It's very rude.
I will try to heal this poor wretch before he bleeds out from the face. And Thorn is going to bite one of his fingers and then try and rub it into the seeping wound that is this man's noseless face.
Well, make me a heal check. I'll count it as if you had a healer's kit. All right, and the blood kind of, mixes with his, and it seems to create kind of this violent bubbling reaction, and it seals off the bleeding and stabilizes him. He is not going to have a nose, or most of his lower lip is quite horrifically disfigured from it. Looks like he has some sort of awful growth on him, but he's not dead, and he's not going to be dying.
Is this the world's first transfusion? Have we just come upon modern medicine in this world?
If you only knew, Snagshme. If you only knew.
Perfect. All right. I'm taking the cart, and I'm going to put the boxes on the cart. And then I'm going to look at Thorn. Actually, no. How big is this guy?
What, the guy?
Yeah, the guy we knocked out. Okay. I'm going to cast a spell on this guy.
Okay.
I am going to cast, or 1 second, let me find it. I'm going to cast Steel Size. So he will be the size of a goblin, and I will be the size of a person.
Cool. Did you have that spell prepared?
Yes, I did. I've been saving it the entire time I've been on the fucking train, and I never got rid of it.
Got it. All right. Cool. You are medium now. Congratulations, you are now a medium-sized halfling child.
I
So
bet I
is
look.
he like essentially a giant halfling child now?
Yeah, he's about twice as tall as a halfling child normally would be.
Wouldn't that just make him like human?
Well, like maybe a really, really ugly. human.
Proportionally, he's a brick shithouse.
Yeah.
Fucking perfect. All right.
How long does this? How long does that spell last?
It lasts 6 minutes.
So in essence, he's a fucking mountain dwarf. He's just a like burly like mountain dwarf, but in like a child body.
Yeah, kind of. It's a little bit like what I would imagine the guy from Thunderdome looks like. Maybe
Perfect.
A little smaller.
I'm going to pick up the end of the cart. I'm going to start walking towards the exit. While walking towards the entrance into the city, I'm going to look at our wonderful workers of the evening and say, I need you to distract the guards, and we'll have more money for you if we can get in without them talking to us or bothering us.
Tell you what, honey, if you had told us that to begin with, we would have been more than happy to do it straight up. It's our pleasure. Our normal rate for that is 10 gold pieces, though.
Fine.
Instead of
Not a
5.
problem at all. I appreciate how nice you've been. We'll make it 20.
Of course.
Do well.
All right. And the 3 ladies of the night will go forward and distract the guards. And you'll see the 3 of them scurry up ahead of you and whisper something into the guards' ears. And they'll smile and nod. And then, as you go past in the cart, the 3 guards will just tip their hats at you. And I hope you have a very good evening, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sure we will. Take care. And with that, the party passes through the guards and continues on.
As we're walking, Woogie looks at Schnagsme and she's just like, when did you get so fucking cool?
Schnagsme's always been cool. That's why Schnagsme owns Train.
Cool. So,
Own a train.
cool. So, Schnagsme, you will owe each of the ladies.
I've already taken it out.
Mark up. Fantastic. All right. And with that, there is very little bother for the rest of your thing. You guys continue to head through down over in the area by 3, over by 2 where that train station is. Not too far from the dwarven area. And you come to what seems to be a large storehouse. And you see the 2 people that Schnagsme, you were told to drop off the cargo with.
All right. I'm going to come up to them. I'll remove my fancy little amulet because I'm guessing I no longer look like a shit brick house halfling dwarf child.
Yep.
And in my fantastic goblin self, I'll be like, here, under fish, these are where belongings are. Make sure Lord Gaylord get.
Now, of course, we'll make sure we'll be dropping it off right out here inside of the proper location as soon as you guys head forward. You know nothing, we know nothing.
Perfect. All right. Bring the cart up to him.
Fantastic. Anybody who cares can make a perception check.
Ooh, I got a 1. Oh, shit.
Yeah, 21.
So I definitely got a 1.
Yep, I have it. I'm sending the information to the people who know it.
Thorn is still rather tired, and doesn't really see too much, but he's not completely oblivious.
Okay. And whisper.
I don't remember.
Oh, damn it.
I feel like I can't count on any consistency with any of Snacksme's roles anymore.
Yeah,
The thing
it
that he's
has
supposed to be
been
good
all
at,
over
he sucks.
even
The stuff that he's
20
supposed to be
or nothing.
garbage at, he's good at. It's fucking weird, man.
Well, it looks like you started typing to me, but I never got anything. Did you actually send something?
Yeah, it did something stupid. Responding to Tilly.
And something's gonna go terribly wrong, because that's what always happens in this game. We all get screwed. We all get murdered.
Hey, hold up with that cart.
Oh,
Huh?
Make them give the cart back. I think I left something in it.
Look over
Yeah,
it.
I definitely saw her leave something in that cart.
Oh, okay. Hold up on cart. Yeah.
They'll kind of look around, and it's like, well, business is business. We best be moving ahead quickly.
I recommend you waiting. It's been a long night. You
I
can
don't
wait
want
a few
to-
minutes.
I don't want to know anything additional. If you don't want to know anything additional, we don't want any peeping eyes to be asking too many questions about.
I'm gonna look at Lubby and Alter. What's going on?
Woogie's gonna kind of like make a head jerk motion, like towards the crest on the door or whatever. And is it a raven?
Yes.
Yeah, so she's gonna just kind of like jerk her head.
Yeah, now that she points it out, everybody can see that the warehouse that they were seeming to be bringing the cart to has the raven crest on it that you recognize as belonging to the Rohan family.
Mm-hmm. Snags me. Okay. I think we have change of plans. I recommend you leave cart right where it is.
Huh? What?
We have a change of plans.
Either you leave the cart or we kill you. Your choice.
What was your threat?
Either we kill you
I didn't hear it.
or you leave cart.
Listen, we don't want any types of trouble whatsoever.
Cool.
But
Walk away.
know that, all right, and the two of them will walk away. One of them will be, grumbly, and he'll look at you and be like, "Just Lord Gaylord will hear about this." As they go scampering away. The other one doesn't seem to give a fuck one way or another.
I am on a diplomatic mission for Lord Gaylord.
Why would Gaylord be giving something to a group that has ravens? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I thought we were supposed to be giving Gaylord, his stuff, not the Rowan. What?
The Rohan.
All right, this is what I think we should go visit Gaylord tonight. If you guys want to come with, you can. Or if you want to take items to In and Out and hide there, I can go talk to Gaylord on my own.
Well, this was the address that Gaylord told you to meet. Gaylord told you to go here and to meet these two people. So there wasn't any loss. You're 100% certain that you are at the right location.
Well, fuck. Snacksby's timely 10 intelligence is hurting his brain right now.
Yeah. And Byron, you saw what I gave you, right?
Yep.
Well, this definitely puts a damper on the diplomatic peace brokerage between the Gaylords and the Ravenholms. I will have to have a conversation with Gaston at the Unblinking Eye regarding these things.
The things in the box. Is it okay to have them?
I mean, they're just going to rust things and then eat them. Like, I mean, if you put them somewhere where a lot of weapons or armor or important metal pieces were at, they'd probably destroy it and eat it.
I think maybe we should put the boxes in the storehouse.
Yes, this does seem to be likely a military storehouse full of, military type things, and perhaps Lord Gaylord just wanted to deliver a present to the armory of the lovely Rohans.
Do you mean Ravenholms?
I thought Lord. Oh, you know what? It might be Ravenholm and Lord Rohan. My apologies. Rohan, Lord. Yeah. So
those guys.
Lord Rohan was the man, and the family's name was Ravenholt, which is why it's a Raven crest. My apology. I typed the wrong one.
I'm going to look at Thorn and ask Thorn, who wanted to have peace with ravens? Was it Lord Gaylord or was it nephew?
His nephew, I'm trying to broker peace between the nephew of Gaylord and the Ravenholm family.
Why?
Because I wish there not to be any more bloodshed. It is not good for the city, it's not good for the families, and it's, to be quite frank, childish.
You can't just willy-nilly pick sides without understanding what sides you're picking, man. You can't just be
I'm
like,
not
oh, you
picking
want
sides. The
something.
point is to broker peace.
Lord Gaylord is helping goblins get in society. He is against Raven. If you help Raven, that does not help what Snagsby trying to do with Lord Gaylord.
I'm not trying to help Raven. I'm not trying to help Gaylord. I'm trying to get them both to stop fighting.
If we don't put this inside of warehouse for Raven, then my deal with Lord Gaylord doesn't go through. And
the man that you want to turn into pajamas. You're concerned about the deal that you're wanting to do with the same man you're trying to turn into pajamas.
I am worried about goblins having a foothold when we go to war. I can turn man into pajamas after that has already happened. If goblins don't get own society and aren't included,
to betray.
yes, eventually, yes.
The very man. Thorn has a real problem with this.
Thorn.
Yeah.
You just saw. He just bit a dude's face off. Like, what kind of people do you think you hang out with?
Oh.
Look, Thorn, I myself am not particularly a fan of the idea of instigating further conflict between these two peoples. But Snagsby is my friend, and if it is within the best interest of his people as he sees it to undertake these actions, well, when it comes to the horses that I have in this race, he's it. So, by all means, I'm willing to undergo any action he thinks will help his goal set. And as far as this goes, believe me when I say that the present we are delivering here to this family will make it more difficult for this conflict to continue.
That's true. You can't really have a war if you don't have a bunch of weapons.
What? I'm gonna look at Thor. I'm gonna ask him. Okay, what if this? What if we pin on Raven, or what if we pin this being delivered by Nooks? If you tell Lord Gaylord's nephew that the Nooks did this, then you'd be helping out Roderick because the Nooks would have another enemy. You'd be helping out a friend, and then you might still have a chance to broker peace between the Ravens, and goblins also get help. It'd take longer and more work, but might do thing.
Oh, read the additional clarification I sent you, Byron.
While this is agreeable,
Yeah.
While this is agreeable, how are we going to tie this to the Nooks?
Look, hold on here. One thing I just thought of is this warehouse here that, well, I'm pretty sure is not necessarily used, from what I can tell anyway. This is more than would be necessary for arming a simple household guard. These look like weapons and armor, perhaps for export. Do we know 100% where these weapons go? Believe me, while I'm not against de-arming one particular side of this conflict, are there larger implications here if we destroy these weapons? Who are these supposed to end up with? Does anyone have an idea? I have a guess, but it is not more than that.
I'm guessing the weapons are supposed to be going to the group that Gaylord is fighting. The humans that are trying to get rid of all the orcs and goblins. I mean, that's who the Ravenclaws have been helping anyway, so the Ravens who've been helping. Back to the question of how to pin it on the Nooks. We've already told the guy that gave us information that I was working for the Nooks. I just come back and brag about what I did.
And that does seem reasonable, but take a look at these particular cuirasses and cuirasses and spear tips. Do these not look remarkably similar to those we just saw on the guards that we just passed on the way coming into this area, the city guards?
As you guys take a look at it, now that you are apparently inside of the warehouse as well, you see that the armory here does seem to have quite a bit of it is unlivered, but quite a bit of it also has the livery of the city on it too.
So what? The Ravens are supporting the city guard and outfitting them?
Yeah, I'm just saying, if we destroy the armory that supplies the city guard, might we be enabling a larger amount of chaos than we are prepared to be complicit in?
I am completely fine with doing whatever has to be done so goblins can be part of society. If you guys don't want to be part of it, don't be part of it.
Well, I can't fault you for that, my friend, and I guess when it comes down to it, those city guards aren't exactly lining up to fight for goblins' rights now, are they?
So you want to destabilize the city to what end?
Shift in power. If the city's destabilized, they're less worried about threats on outside. They worry more about rebuilding infrastructure on inside.
So the noble families who live in this city, and I will kind of turn and look at Woogie. The noble families who live in this city will no longer have a foothold or any measure of power.
Oh, did I lose you guys?
No, I think we're all thinking of the response.
Yeah.
That's a good line. I love that one. Well done,
It's
Oz.
like, is that how it works?
No, this is for you guys to decide what to do with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for helping you, but also I am more for helping my own family. So if we could do this without, I don't know, bankrupting my entire lineage, that'd be fun.
How soon could you get a hold of your... Go ahead.
So we're wanting to essentially.
This is also the city where the Wizard Tower is based, by the way.
Oh shit. That is a consideration that needs to be made. Look, we can't. There are too many factors at play here. As much as I want freedom for your goblin kind here, there are too many innocents that will be affected by this. I cannot, in good conscience, be a party to this, and I do believe that we cannot do this. This is not good.
Mm-hmm. Guys, make me a knowledge local check, everybody, as well, since you guys are discussing the local politics and the situation with the city. Yeah, Snatchme doesn't know it there.
Oh, whoops, I don't have that. I can't.
I'll give it to you since this is your hometown, anyhow. Cool. So, Taz, you would imagine that a city of this size would not solely rely on a single family for its supplies of this nature. You guys have noticed the guards did say talk about having gnomish supplies. They had their walkie-talkies, basically their gnomish walkie-talkies. Doing based off of what you've kind of seen here, this would absolutely be a horrific blow against the Ravenloft family, both abroad and locally, since you would imagine that this is a contract that they have with the city, and so by breaking the contract, they would be in ridiculously hard situations. This would, in addition to that, though, destabilize some of the guards in the city. They would have less supplies in case if there was some sort of unrest, unless somebody was able to refill the armory, basically for the city guards. And that is the information you guys get from knowledge local.
Okay. My lovely little goblin friend. I've sort of sat here listening, waiting, hoping that this insanity would run itself out. It has not. I fully understand and support your goals for supremacy for your kind, but I think it's going to take a little more time, and in doing so, do you really want to burn down all your friendships here? Because you might if you go forward with this without thinking a little bit more. Because while it seems like it could work, there's other sources. It's this is a domino effect that's going to bring the city down on your own head right now. And we still have a whole other problem with bounties in our head, which let's all not forget about that part. That part didn't go away. Yeah.
The only people in the city I care about are the ones that I'm traveling with. I have no connections to the city. Why matter?
Well, do I know about Tilly? Do I know about your
No, actually, her saying that would make absolutely no fucking sense to anybody else.
Except for
That's
Shank,
what I thought.
she was
Because
talking
I'm like,
about-
yeah, okay, cool. I don't know that.
But Alatar definitely has connections to this city, so he's not wanting to see a bunch of shit happen.
So, remember that big ugly crystal that we brought here that has a big scary ugly thing inside of it that sucks the life out of people, whether or not I can prove it or not, but I pretty much know it's there. You bring down this start a domino to take down the city, that thing could break free and kill us all because I know it hates me. I know it hates me because it's been fucking with my dreams. I think it's that, but I'm not sure. But I haven't slept real well in 3 days.
I
Get
mean,
rich next week.
is You're telling me City isn't getting armor or weapons from anywhere else? They only get it from one family?
Oh, of course not, dude. You kidding?
So why would it matter if we get
You
rid of one
kidding?
family's weapons? Or move them and then have someone else sell them back to the city at a profit? I don't know. If we had somebody that was noble in this city that had the ability to move a large amount of goods on and out of the city via a train that Snagshme owned, maybe we could just do that. And then Ravenclaws get fucked. We steal stuff. They make money. Everybody's fine. I make deal. Goblin's going to have supremacy. I don't fucking know. And Snagshme's going to start stamping his feet. He's saying this. He doesn't believe that that is a thing. But he's basically just spouting out ideas because he's getting irritated that it seems like he's about to be double-crossed in his mind by the same way that he was double-crossed before.
God damn it. My mother would love you.
That's when she looks at. Okay, we're gonna perception check that shit.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I'm looking at Tilly and I'm going. Well, I'm looking at Woogie and I'm going. The fuck?
My mother is a ruthless businesswoman and kind of a bitch.
I like her already.
That makes one of us.
Hey, do we know, does Lord Gaylord, does he deal in weaponry at all?
Based off of what you guys saw beforehand, yeah.
Just wonder what are the chances that he is looking to destroy this supply, so he himself, as our friend may or may not have alluded to, perhaps he could pick up the deficit there and put a little extra cash in his pocket.
Oh, that's definitely what he's doing. They're in proxy war. I've said many times that Ravenclaws and Gaylord are in proxy war over like the outskirts. Like that's been going on. Where have you been, Altair? You're supposed to be a smart one.
Right? Ravenclaw or something like that. This Ravenclaw's taking offense.
I know. I'm gonna keep calling him Ravenclaw. Snagshme's not good with other people's names.
Dick.
So here is my concession. I will agree to destroying these weapons in this storehouse. How many of these rust creatures do we have?
2.
We release one. We say that we lost the other, or it simply didn't survive. And then we still pin this on the Nooks.
What does it matter if we only have 1 versus 2? Why do we have to set the other one free to go eat the infrastructure of the city?
Because it will not destroy everything. It will have a longer time to destroy the stock.
What if we stole half of goods here and give them to Noble to sell, and then other half
Wouldn't
just
they
get destroyed?
Also be crested? Wouldn't these weapons also be stamped and crested?
Can I do a perception check to see if they have like any markings on them?
Absolutely.
How in the fuck do I keep rolling that
100%
low?
they do.
God damn it.
You have a plus 12 bonus to your perception.
Yes, I
One
do.
second. Let
I've
me
been
take-
sinking everything into perception.
Well, one second. You might not be able to sync that many because you normally can't put more than your levels in rank in perception in any skill.
Oh, okay. Because I only put 5 into the rank. If I,
Oh yeah, then you're fine.
Yeah.
Because you have a plus 4.
because it's ability is what it comes from.
Wisdom based.
Exactly.
And it's a class skill for you. Ooh. Hey, you're a very observant goblin.
Not very intelligent though, unfortunately. All right.
No.
I made a deal with Gaylord. I think we either take weapons, melt them down, and resell them, or we destroy them. You guys do what you will. I've said my piece.
This is an entire warehouse's worth of weapons, so there's no way that you would be able to, do that much. If that makes sense, you might be able to cart away a couple suits of armor and some weaponry, but not this entire warehouse's worth.
Which is why I am saying that we release one of the rust beasts to do their damage. They may not eat the entire warehouse. We will still be fulfilling the contract that Gaylord has provided to you, while at the same time pinning this on the Nooks. It's a win-win situation, and I can still potentially broker peace between the Ravenholms and the Gaylords.
Can I recall knowledge to see what the Nook's crest looks like?
Sure,
What would that be
Oh.
under?
I'll just give it to you. It's the leaf. It's the
Can
Animal Crossing leaf.
those two boxes that we have, can we try crafting that onto the box? Either by carving it
You
in.
can have somebody use a linguistics check to make a forgery.
Does anybody here
That
have
is
the
what-
ability to do a linguistics check to forge?
Nope.
Yelling.
I actually do. I actually know jack shit.
With altars, would that work?
Okay. So, we'll do it. We'll have it be happening in order.
Wait a minute. I have a spell called Comprehend Languages that I could use.
I don't think that improves your linguistics checks for forgery. But Byron's 17, I think, might be enough for it. Let me just.
Because it says read otherwise incomprehensible written messages.
Yeah, that's not quite what it's used for. So, linguistics is used for learning languages, but you can also use it to forge
There.
documents.
I'm gonna look at Thorn and be like, what if we carve Tom Nook's seal? The Nooks get the blame. Both boxes go in there. They eat the things, and then you can still try to broker deal. Everybody wins. Nooks get fucked.
Okay, now this one doesn't bug me as bad. How do you guys feel about this? You had me at Nooks get fucked.
Okay, I will concede. I am too tired to argue.
Yeah, your level of exhaustion has now passed. It's been about an hour.
Oh no, I'm not exhausted. I'm just mentally like I don't give a shit anymore.
Oh, you as a player, got it.
Yes, I can't say I love this plan, and there are too many variables that are unknown to us. But I guess I go back to my original statement on the matter that Stagsby, or my friend, as misguided as you sometimes are, and I do believe that your people deserve a chance at freedom and experiencing the life that the rest of us live. And damn it. Let's fucking carve the Nook sign on this. If we could throw them into some chaos as well, God, I guess that's what we do.
Remember the good old days when we were just moving a giant crystal and not like getting involved with turf wars and emancipating an entire people?
Oh, remember the part where we stole a bunch of frogs that make water to like undermine a city's entire economic structure?
Oh,
We have,
shit.
yeah.
That was a good time.
And remember when the emancipated people is now among you.
Oh yeah, we emancipated you too.
We have a very definite thing, picture, if you will, of shit we'd like to pull.
Okay, as a player, I apologize, guys. This is taking too long. My bad. I'm sorry.
No, well, yeah. I mean, it was a big question. Like these are like big turning points in campaign story arc because it determines where the party's morals lie, what you guys see is right and wrong, and it has lasting effects on the world.
I don't want
So-
to railroad over Oz's decision at all. Snagsme said his piece. Whatever you guys decide you want to do. As a
Yep.
player, I'll go with that. I'm not hooked on either side of this. I don't want us to get hung up on like one thing. So whatever you guys decide to vote to do, as a player, I'm totally fine with. As Snagsme, he will either be an asshole about it or he'll move on to something else. Hey, House of Imaginary Rolls, thanks for
I
rating,
see
guys.
this,
Fucking
and I
appreciate it.
repeat,
Y'all rock.
Let's fuck the nooks. Let's not fuck us or fuck anybody.
Thank you so much for
else.
showing up, guys. I appreciate the raid. That's fucking rad. We're in the middle of a Pathfinder game right now.
Cool.
It
We'll
is
give
moving
each
on.
person a
We're actually
final
coming to the
word,
end of
we'll
it.
do it that way, and then we'll put it up for a vote. And we'll have 3 different types of votes to make it clean and easy. One will be to unleash both of the rust monsters. These are the 3 votes that I see. Unleash all the rust monsters, blaming on the looks. Unleash 1 rust monster, blame it on the nooks. Unleash no rust monsters, find a new way to fuck over the nooks. So we'll give each person a final chance to say their piece. Snagshme and Oz have both said theirs. Ember, how about we'll give you next?
I believe we should release it so long as we can guarantee that the Nooks are going to get the blame for this. I'm all for fucking over the Nooks.
Fantastic. Tilly?
I mean, all of this stuff is exactly what I don't like to think about and deal with. So let's just fucking put these things in there, put some leaves on it. Let's just go.
Okay, and Byron.
Well, yeah, I don't like the potential consequences here, but I gotta err on the side of if I know on one hand this might help the goblins with their struggles and the freedom, and I don't necessarily know of any negative consequences, though there may be some. I'm gonna have to go with the positive that I do know, and also fuck the ducks.
Fantastic. So it sounds like it is an overwhelming positive for blaming this on the Nooks, releasing both the rest monsters.
Fuck you, Tom.
Fuck you, Tom. So with that, Byron goes forward and using his magical knowledge is able to draw a perfect replica of the Nook's leaf emblem on both the Rust Monsters boxes. You guys are able to break into the building and unleash the 2 Rust Monsters inside of the area. You see them, their little fuzzy antennae go whipping back and forth, and they go immediately running all around, touching the armor and the weapons with their little fuzzy forehead pieces, and anything that it touches, the things just immediately turn into rust, and they start just consuming it incredibly quickly. And they move forward, and they continue to go in and destroy the Ravenloft's armory. And as you close and lock up behind you, you get a sensation that this has definitely changed the direction and the city's power structure, and whether it is for good or for ill, even you guys, as of yet, cannot tell. And with that, it's about 11:30. I think it's a pretty good time to call it. What do you guys say?
Yes. Yes.
Anyway, guys, thanks for rating me. I feel bad because you got in right at the end. There's been a lot of shit going on. I'll give you guys a quick rundown once we get through this next little bit. But dude, thanks for the raid. That's so cool. I really appreciate it. I wish we weren't at the end of the game so I could include you guys on some of the shenanigans that's going on.
1 second. For the battle itself.
So basically what's going on in this game is we are trying to break down an entire city's infrastructure. I'm playing a goblin that's a druid that has been constantly trying to get goblin kind to be brought back into the world because as much as we enjoy being cannon fodder, we thought it was a cool way to play.
And dealing with the ambush, and in the dark part of the city, everybody gained 2,160 experience points. Oh wait, that's PC. Oh, PC level doesn't matter.
But basically,
Oh, yeah.
we're at an
That's right.
impasse now where we're trying to figure out how to screw this one family
and that
over
includes
and destroy this mafia group.
the encounter with the guards and making it past the finding the people and communicating with them and finding them and ultimately destroying the warehouse. I'm going to give everybody an additional 50 experience points for exceptionally good role playing at the end and that discussion. And then everybody is able to give another player a nod for something that they enjoyed that they did.
I would like to give mine to Oz. I feel so bad about getting in the way of you and the nephew. Like, outside of this game, I am so at qualms with it right now. So, please keep doing what you're doing. It's fucking amazing.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't necessarily get between you and the nephew. Because if the Nooks take the blame, maybe it'll all turn out all right. But Oz, for being able to be that peace broker, gain 50 experience points.
I'm also going to give my nod to Oz simply for trying to convince those people that the headless body he was carrying was just a dude who had too much to drink.
Probably one of the most terrifying things to come across. I rolled the reaction for the people, and they critically failed it, so they were terrified of that. So Oz gained another 50 experience points for being a terrifying yet strangely peaceful barbarian.
I'm gonna give mine to Byron for going off on the menagerie dude for his bad business practices.
Byron
Jesus
for going
Christ.
off on him for the bad business practice, because you know what? It's a perfectly reasonable thing to be asking for his feed, but he just didn't give any fucks. Gain 50 experience points.
I'm going to give mine to Ember or Taz for the touching, soulful eulogy of the burial of our poor headless chap.
For having the most in-character eulogy tab, just having ran out of fucks to give. Gain 50 experience points.
Yep. And I want to throw mine at Tilly for we're gonna fuck you up, but you rolled a 1. And I tried to help you.
Oh
I
my
tried.
gosh! For the
It
most
didn't work.
amazing botch on an intimidation check, and then having the powerhouse to back it up as well. Gain 50 experience points. And then I'm going to give mine to Snegshmi for in the middle of combat being able to turn what was Murder Hobo into negotiation again after turning it into Murder Hobo to begin with.
Schnagsby doesn't know what he's doing. He's not a wise goblin.
Fantastic.
And yet he's gotten us this far.
And yet he's gotten you this far. So that that will cause interesting things along the city. The city guard will be under equipped for a while until new supplies are put in. And something that I'm also going to give 50 experience points, an additional 50 experience points to everybody for 21ing the GM for coming up with the idea of blaming the Nooks for this, because I didn't even contemplate that as a possible thing that could have happened, and I love the idea that you guys deciding to blame the Nooks for that. Because
Everybody take a drink.
For what?
It's kind of becoming another take a drink moment where we make you have to be like, oh crap, I have to give that NPC a name. Oh crap, that entire race of people.
All right, guys, we're gonna call it there. Thanks again for tuning in, and again, House of Imaginary Rolls, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. We'll be hopping back on in about 20 minutes. We'll have a new game going. But yeah, fucking Pathfinder.